Oh, what's going on, YouTubers? We are back on here with another live stream here. This time, what comes to Being the Asylum. This will be episode 277, and we got a lot of things to talk about here. And we'll get one thing on the way first, just to, just get that over with. What comes to it. You know, for those that know, yeah, know what comes to the stuff that's going on in Minneapolis, and it's not good. Then again, what is good going on in the United States when we got our a president of the United States, you know, and other governments running things with no IQ or what to do. But we'll get to some things about it when it comes to having Minneapolis on our minds here. So so we're gonna be talking about some other things as well, but that's basically the one thing we're gonna talk about first. So that being said, let's get the Omega Red in and the True Jaybird in.
We are back.
Yes, we are back.
Oh, get a life. Oh, God.
Yeah, get life, kid.
You get a life, kid. But, yes, Minneapolis. Oh, boy.
That's right.
By the way, this is in my state. I don't know. I mentioned that a couple times. Or I actually haven't mentioned that yet. But, yes, in my state.
Mm-hmm.
This is all happening in my state. And I live an hour and a half away from Minneapolis. Yeah, a bunch of craziness going on around here, obviously, because
Oh yeah,
I don't know how to explain it, but it's a whole rabbit hole of stuff that caused all this shit that's going on right now to happen.
yeah
As you guys know.
yeah, Minnesota, man. Yeah, it's crazy there.
Yeah. Trust me, I wish I knew what to really say about all this, but yeah, it's
I mean,
crazy what's going on. You go ahead. Someone gonna say something?
I think I was going to say something.
Oh.
okay. But yeah, I can hear all that. When it comes to Minneapolis, I know most of what how it all started. And there's some things that I didn't get much of on the loop on things that's going on over there as well. But either way you look at it, it's pretty bad. Because when it comes to the ICE agents and the government over there for you, obviously, which you talked about before, because your government, your government or mayor, whatever, in Minneapolis.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't remember who brought it up, but someone brought it up, and I was like, yeah. It's craziness going on up here. Like, real craziness.
I can only imagine, man.
Like, well, I don't know really how to start with this.
Yeah.
So basically what happened was so there was a YouTuber that was going around, like came around here to Minneapolis. And basically what he was doing was exposing fraud that was going on.
Yeah,
Like,
I think his name is Nick. Nick something.
Nick Shirley. Yep, that's his name.
Yeah, yeah.
And basically what happened was he was exposing fraud, like Somali fake daycare, pretty much what they were doing. So pretty much think of it like this: they opened up the daycare, but there was actually no kids going into it. They were just taking all the money that was funded to them from the government.
Yeah.
Say what?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's been happening.
This is literally where it all started. So
I saw a video of him going up to these businesses that don't exist. Like they would ask them hey, where's this certain place, and it's like we don't know. It doesn't exist.
Pretty much he was saying like, oh, can I adopt or sign up a kid in one of those daycares, like pretty much trying to make it look like he's gonna sign up a kid. And they'll turn away, go like, "Oh no, we're not open, we're not accepting kids or this that, and the other." Basically, from what.
Oh man.
So yeah, basically all that got exposed. You know, Tim Waltz apparently was tied into it, like his name. The governor of Minnesota was tied into that whole fraud scam. So yeah, he pretty much he's fucked. Like his whole career is fucked. His political career, I should say. It's over with now ever since that fraud scam. Because his name was tied into some of the daycares and I guess he helped open some of them. So yeah, he's frauding the government, his own people. And
My God, man.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, my God.
Yeah. So then after that, the Department of Homeland Security came around here. They're pretty much were investigating all the major, cities or towns, here in Minnesota. So once they left, that's when, obviously this is going to be the main thing, because now this is just the early stages. If that wasn't, crazy enough, that's pretty much when ICE came around here. And as you all know, they're basically, I'm assuming that they were just basically trying to get rid of all the Somali immigrants that were, came in here and obviously defrauding the country.
Yeah.
Frauding the government, which is illegal, by the way. No matter what it is, it's fraud is fraud. It's illegal.
Fraud is fraud, yeah. No matter what.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what you stand on that, what political stance you want to stay, fraud is fraud. Simply what it is. If you don't like it, well, I don't know what to tell you guys. That's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Fraud in like billions of dollars.
Yeah, it was billions of dollars, by the way. It wasn't like a couple thousand or millions.
No, not a couple thousand, freaking billions. So yeah, so it's serious.
Yeah, Robert, is that what you gotta say about that? Billions of dollars. Apparently, the government is throwing billions of dollars at all these fake
millions of dollars.
Yeah, billions of dollars, like at these fake, non-existent, fraudulent daycare centers. What's your opinion on that? As an outsider.
Well, I don't know much about that whole thing, but it's a really shady thing to do. Pouring money for a daycare that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean technically it's there by name, but there's no actual kids going in there. There's no like it's pretty much not a real daycare, like not real at all.
Yeah, they just make it up. Yeah.
It's just happened with with the Black Lives Matter thing, after George Floyd.
Oh yeah, basically.
All the money that's supposed to go to Black Lives Matter, but instead it went to the houses and trannies.
Yeah, it didn't go to no black neighborhoods or black schools or black owned business. No, it went to them and trainees, transgenders.
They didn't go to the families that lost.
No, they didn't even get any money. And that's why they're in the state they're in now, because once people found that out that there was they were a scam, not a lot of people support them anymore. Besides a few idiots that still believe that, believe in their cause.
Oh yeah.
But majority of people found out they're a scam and they don't rock it anymore. That's why you rarely hear anything about BLM nowadays, because they got exposed.
Yep.
Because I remember there's a time where BLM was everywhere, commercials and stuff like that. Even sports, NBA, NFL.
Oh, I mean, this is stuff from BLM a long time ago, but still.
Yeah.
That's all the scams going on, and that's when ICE came around here. Obviously, because my opinion was, I think they were just trying to get rid of all the Somali, fake, fraudulent, daycares, and trying to get rid of all the people participating in that.
Yeah,
and also the added bonus of the convicted pedophiles, the convicted
illegal immigrants.
Yeah, the pedophiles, the ones who commit felonies in here in the U.S., which don't care who you are, but if you commit a felony in the U.S. and you're a legal immigrant, you got to go. I don't care what your stance is. That's why I truly believe you got to go.
You got to go, bro.
You agree with that, Robert? It doesn't matter what political stance you're on. If an illegal immigrant comes in here and commits a crime, like a felony, they got to go. You agree
They
with that?
gotta go. Yeah, yeah. Now,
Exactly.
even though them smuggling themselves into the country is illegal enough as it is,
Yeah.
but if you do more than that, then yeah,
Gotta go.
then
Get them
you gotta go.
the hell out of my country. They can
And
go commit
anyone
crimes for all I care in their country, but get them out the hell of our country.
yeah, and anyone gets in the way of that,
Yeah.
Like what happened, what came to some stories, that was twisted. What came to it, ISIS going to have to deal with those people that gets involved.
Yeah. But and also, by the way, just to make it a little humor in this, one of the fake daycare centers was called, instead of the learning center, it was called.
Leering. Yeah, they couldn't even spell learning right.
So they said the Leering Center. Yeah,
The Leering Center.
The Leering Center. Yeah, that can tell you how fake something was just by hearing that.
Wow.
Yeah, if that don't tell you that it's not real, then I don't know what does. When evidence is right there. But anyways, yes. So yeah, that's when ICE came in, and oh boy. Let's just say, all the liberals around here lost their damn minds. And that's when, all the videos, I think you guys seen it, right? All the videos, all the protests, and all the basically almost riots, happening in Minneapolis all started. That's where it all started. Right there.
Yeah, I see a lot of it, but I see most of what I saw.
I mean, shit, Robert, you can look it up in the internet right now. You could go type in Minneapolis protests, and 100 videos will flood up on YouTube of that stuff.
Yeah, you could. Not hard to find, obviously.
Yes, and yeah, I got so bad at one point that obviously, as a result of all this, unfortunately someone did die.
Yeah.
As you know, Renee Good, obviously. Mm-hmm. And I want to clarify this before. I mean, I said it on off air. We talked about a little about this off air, but just to clarify this real quick. No, the Renee Good who got killed is not Renee Moxley Good, from AEW.
Not Renee Young.
Yeah, Renee Moxley Good.
Yeah, that's what Cornette says, but no, that's not the Renee Good that was killed.
Come on.
Yeah. It was not Renee Paquette, folks.
Yeah, because I don't know if you probably saw it a little bit where people were saying, "Oh, rest in peace, Renee Paquette," tagging her on Twitter like that.
I didn't see it, but based on what you told me, I like, damn.
Yeah, people legit thought that the Renee Good who got killed was Renee Paquette, because obviously her legal name is Renee Good. Because
they need to research. They need to research before they start tweeting, their recipes.
Plus, if that did happen, you think AEW would have done a tribute show or something like that?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. They would have.
I thought the wrestling news will cover it up.
It would have been everyone wrestling news.
Yeah,
sure that's the only news you really keep in touch with is the wrestling news. So you probably would have knew about it almost right off the bat once it came out.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, to clarify, the Renee Good who unfortunately died was not the same Renee Good as Renee Moxley Good, in the words Jim Cornette.
Yeah.
Not the same name, Renee Good. But anyways, yes. Unfortunately, someone did die. Renee Good. I've seen the video. I think you guys saw the video, right?
Yeah, I did. It's not like two like
multiple times,
different angles.
Yep.
Yes.
Like the body cam and someone recording.
Yes, and to give I think we're all going to give our quick opinions of this real quick. But to start off with what my opinion of it was, I don't agree that she got shot. That she should have been shot. I don't wish that she. I didn't wish her to. Obviously, I don't wish her to die.
Right.
But unfortunately, though, it is. Camera angle. Now, like I said, I don't agree with it. I don't think she should have been killed. but
Right.
under the legal stance, it was considered justified because she did try to, ram her car into the the ICE agent. That
Yeah, and when you hear, because also from the body cam version, when we get a closer look, you can hear like her wife saying like, drive baby drive, basically encourages. Yeah, so
drive baby drive. So yeah, I mean that's my stance on it. Like I said, I don't think she should have been killed. Like I don't agree with that.
no, I'm not.
But,
I'm not.
But at the same time, though, I mean,
she shouldn't have been there.
It was justified, and she should have, complied, I guess, with the ICE with the officer.
And also, she shouldn't have been there. She shouldn't have
Yeah, because news came out that apparently she was a part of like, I guess some sort of like ICE watch group where like they would follow ICE just to tell everyone where they're at, basically.
Yeah.
So.
And then they'll get in the way when they're trying to do their job.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not one of these people that's gonna like celebrate because like obviously I hate that she lost her life, but at the same time, like she shouldn't have done that. That was stupid.
Yeah.
Like if she would have just mind her business, if she would have just been home, she'd still be
been alive here to this very day. She's still been alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I blame like like the mayor and like the left like this because they encourage this.
Mm-hmm. Tim Walz.
Tim Walz, that freaking soy boy beta of a mayor from
Jacob Fry.
Whatever his name is.
Whatever.
Beta Fry.
The not so Channing Tatum. There you go. That's what
yeah. They encourage this, and you have people that believe what they say, and then they think oh, these ICE agents they're fascists, they're Nazis. Let's go get them.
The Gestapo.
yeah, and they fall for it, and then this is what happens. They go to quote unquote protest, and then stuff like this happens. I mean, also I remember like I think I told y'all that like some kid or somebody like went up to a cop or something, and they got blinded by like things like tear gas or something. It was something, but like this person's like eye is like blind now. He's like half blind because he was acting crazy, like because I think the cop was trying to arrest somebody, and then he was in the way, and that's what happened. Like basically the moral of the story is, bro, like leave these ICE agents alone and get like mind your own business. And another thing too, because I remember I saw a video today where like I think an ICE agent was talking to like some protesters, and like the person they were trying to get was a predator or like sex trafficker. He was something basically like he was doing something really, really, really horrible, and you have these people trying to stop them from getting him. It's like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing, bro? Like, and the thing is, y'all don't even know these people. Y'all don't even know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, because for all we know, the ICE agent could be, arresting freaking some gang members. I've heard some stories of freaking like illegal gang members coming to, certain places.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like leave these ICE agents alone. Like y'all don't know what's going on. Y'all don't know, y'all don't know these people that you're trying to defend. Y'all don't know them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You say they're your neighbors. They're not your neighbors. They're strangers. You don't know them.
Also, they're trying to claim that some of the ones that are getting deported and getting taken away, they're trying to claim as abductions, pretty much.
When it's not. I mean, they weren't supposed to be here. Like if they were here illegally, then they're already breaking the law. So eventually, the ICE is going to come and get them. I can't go to Japan illegally and then just expect to stay there. Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't understand why, like, in other countries they get it, but like here in America, like that's like a problem. And the thing is, freaking Obama did the same thing. He would like, he was against illegal immigration. Were there protests or stuff like that? Were there people stopping officers from getting illegals back then?
No,
exactly. They weren't. But now they care about illegal immigrants. Come on now.
When it's Obama, it's fine. When Trump does it, that crosses the line.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. It's a double standard.
You can't.
I think that's really what it is. I think it's just because people hate Trump and they hate everything he's like. They're against everything that he's all for. So basically, that's how I see it. If Trump approves it, we're against it. I guess that's their mentality.
Yeah, that crosses the line. What?
Like,
and no, Robert, not TNA crossing the line.
No. I mean, I guarantee if freaking Joe Biden did this, they'd be kissing his butt right now, saying how much of a good job he's doing.
Probably.
And mind you, back then, Joe Biden, he was against illegal immigration too.
Well, Joe Biden was a full-blown racist. So.
Well, yeah, he was.
I think his was a different reason than.
Well, I think it was a different reason, but
than most other presidents were.
Yeah, he's more of that. He's more of that when it comes to being a creep.
Yeah, but.
Yeah,
man.
Obviously.
Basically, back then, like Democrats back then, they were not for illegal immigration. Bernie Sanders.
I think that was one of the only rare things that Democrats and Republicans agreed on at one point.
Yeah, I think the only time it was a Republican thing was really when George Bush was around. I think that was the only time. Because
because after 9/11 and then Arabs not being allowed in the country.
Yeah, man. Yeah, just Minnesota's a mess, man. With all the fraud that's going on, these like riots, and here you got this idiot Omar trying to say that they're saying like, oh, these are not riots, these are protests. Yeah, destroying property and graffiti and
attacking one guy over his opinion.
That's protest. Yeah, that's people. That's peaceful. Yeah, sure, okay, sure.
I hate that bitch. I was gonna.
I can't stand her either. She's freaking stupid.
She's one of the worst things to ever come out of Minnesota, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
I don't think she's even from here. She just lives here.
She just lives here. Yeah, and it's funny. Like she hates this country so much. Like she always bashing it, but yet she won't leave. She never wants to leave.
And I heard apparently her name's been tied to some of the frauds, daycare scam too.
I wouldn't be surprised. I won't be surprised. Yeah, man, it's crazy out there.
I hate America, but you know what? Fuck you. Give me money.
Basically. Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah. Well, Robert, you got any opinion on the whole Renee Good, unfortunate death?
Well, before I do, I gotta mention this because Jesse Ventura actually was there.
And by the way, he couldn't have said it any better.
Oh yeah.
I think he said it, the best out of everyone. And I'm glad, he ain't taking a side for nobody. He's pretty much saying how it is. Both sides are acting like morons right now with this whole situation. They don't know how to handle a situation like this. Both sides don't know.
Yeah. And he was a governor from Minnesota.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the best governors ever in Minnesota. I have to be honest.
I agree.
Easily one of the best governors Minnesota's ever had. Hands down.
Hell yeah. But yeah, so he was there on that day when it happened. Obviously, it happened before. That went down. But yeah, just want to point it out there that Jesse Ventura was there. He was at one of the schools when it comes to. I guess there was some issues that happened on that same day as well. Whatever. After he left, whatever. But.
Mm-hmm.
But let me get to the part where I happened with Renee Good. where yeah, I did hear about the whole incident happening when I heard about it, and heard something about the initials of ICE, which they're going by ICE, and I think myself, what is that? Because I never heard, I've never heard, of it, to be honest with you.
It's immigration control, basically.
Yeah. So
I'm surprised you're Hispanic and you never heard of ICE.
No,
I'm not even trying to say that'd be funny, but it's a little kind of surprising to me, to be honest.
Could be I just don't care, maybe. Anyway,
maybe that, but just a lot of people would say sometimes you have to be careful because, dude, because sometimes I heard stories about them just walking up to people like you and me, Hispanics, and just asking, "Where's your documents? Where's your?"
Yeah.
Which now that, so. I think now you're like, okay, now I'm glad I'll keep an eye on that. Or just try to avoid them if you ever see any of the ICE agents.
Yeah.
You're just like, I'm going to turn the other way. I'll take the long way for once on whatever you're going.
That's right. But then again,
like, because I don't want them to stop me when I don't have, obviously all my stuff on me at that moment. And they're going to ask for it. So.
Yeah. But then again, I wasn't under the loop of what comes to it as well. That's my other reason. And also, if ever came across me of my appearance, just from my appearance, some may think I'm black. So.
Oh yeah.
But I digress. But so yeah, I did see I remember I did see the video of it. No, I didn't think I was going to see a video where her getting shot. But until I did. Now obviously,
well, they didn't show any blood or anything, but
they didn't show her getting shot actually, but we saw her getting shot at. But when it came to her, being video recorded by the police officer as well, so basically replying to him saying, it's okay, I'm not mad at you or something like that. I can't remember how she said it. Basically being sarcastic. And then we see her wife because her pre-marriage, by the way, she was married to a man who unfortunately was passed away. Don't know from what, but she had 3 kids with her man, her husband at the time. With those recipes to him.
Okay.
So I guess because she wanted to try out something different, where she decided to be a lesbian, and obviously she ends up being being with this woman who's a lesbian couple, a couple. What they married, by the way?
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, either way, yeah.
Anyway, the lesbian couple. So yeah, basically saying, you just, and he was recording a license plate of her. It's like, yeah, it's okay. We won't change our license plate anyways. And blah 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 and all that. Being talking about the her woman who's outside, recording the ICE officer, saying some other things I can remember. Basically they're being sarcastic or what they're saying all that. Then one of the ICE agent, who was had a history of being some type of incident. I can't remember what year it was, 2018, 2019, one of those years. Or it could have been someone from maybe 2021. Either way, the point is the same ICE agent that was that almost got run over by Renee Good was the same officer who dealt with someone in the vehicle where the driver drove with him, by the way, being dragged where his life was threatened, and he's
apparently from what I heard, that was an incident that happened, I guess, last year. And I think I remember hearing about it a little bit about some ICE agent being ran over with a car or something. Apparently that was the same guy who got ran by the car.
Yeah, you're right.
Same guy. Apparently.
It was 2024. That was the year.
Yeah.
Crazy how much of a small world this is, apparently.
Yeah.
Now to the part where the incident happens, where she drives off because this ICE agent tells her get out of the vehicle, watching there was an ice vehicle that approached the door to try to get out of the vehicle, and she got he got to the door with her, and then the officer again from who almost got ran down by Renee Good was in front of the vehicle. And meanwhile, you speak at the other ice agent who's also recording, from behind. So Renee Good drives away. Even though she was told to get out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And then you hear drive baby drive, from her woman. And obviously the ice agent almost got ran down. Now it grazed him. And that's when he pulled out his gun and shot about maybe 3 times, at her, and obviously one hit her, to the head, and that was an instant kill there, and she drove right into the vehicles in front of her.
And yeah, she died.
Yeah. Now again, when it comes to what happened there, I look at it 2 sides here. I'm not being on one side in all this.
Okay.
First off, Renee Good, she should never drop off when someone tells you to get out of the vehicle.
And it's a federal agent, by the way. Whether people
because,
like it or not, he's a federal agent. So.
Yeah,
comply.
You have to comply. So, and if you don't comply and you do what you did there, it's not going to end well. And unfortunately, it didn't end well for her.
No.
Now it could ended with her being arrested instead of getting shot at, and which is why I'm on both trying to be on both sides of this one. Where Renee Good that she never drove off, and the ice agent should have never shot her. And yes, I know he was great. That his life could have been and he's been in that situation before where his life could have been been taken from there, but and on top of that too, there's a reason why I say that he should have shot her, because you already got her license plate. You could obviously trace her, and then you arrest her later. That's another way to look at it as well when it comes to this. And then the aftermath of it, we have a doctor that was there, who trying to help, and the other ICE agents there telling them you can't go near that area, and they said they got medicals on their, they got medical, they already got medical coming on their way, and the problem is they're not there yet. You got one medical that's there, and that wants to check her, and you're not letting that person do his job. Now obviously would that help? Would that have been something for that could be something to do to save her life? No, because obviously the damage was already done. There was no way no one could have survived, obviously, but at the same time, there was no problem. There should have been no issue with one medical stance that was there to check her, to see if everything's all good, and they waited too long. And even when the American showed up, the ICE agents didn't want to move their cars.
Yeah.
That's what makes the situation so bad, and that's why people when they read stories like this, that's why people are outraged and all this, because it was their negligence. That is what even though it was not, that could have done either way, but still, and they had to carry her to the ambulance. There was no stretcher, there was no gurney, whatever. They had to literally carry her. So yeah, this whole situation is bad, man. What happened? What went down? It's like they didn't give a shit at that point, because she tried to take out one of the officers. even though that was her attention. It was not meant. She was not meant to do that, but still. And on top of that, with her doing that too, you have a dog in your car. You know, the fact you put your own dog at risk there is reckless on your end too. Luckily she had her kids there because she's on that same day drop her kids off, and now she can't come home to her kids now because of of bullshit that she got herself into and now she has to pay the price for not being here no more.
Mm-hmm.
It's not right. It's not right what happened to her, obviously, but she should comply. The worst thing that could happen to her is her be sent to prison. No, all you do is go to is going to to jail because jail is different. It's different from prison, obviously. And you can always post bail from jail, whatever. It's not good. It's not going to get your federal charges. You're gonna be going for 5 to 10 years. Because what you're getting involved with ICE agents business or whatever what they were doing on that day. But yeah, man. But and they got the government of Minneapolis and the mayor are a bunch of jokes of what I saw. That they're not making this any better either. No one is looking good at this in all this. Not the ones that are protesting, not the agents. I mean, I think I meant to say, not the government, not the mayor, not even the president. No one comes out good out of all of this, and that's a sad situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong. Wow. Oh God.
Oh God. Well,
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah,
there you go.
Minnesota. It's crazy right now, bro. I just saw today that like there was a bunch of like quote unquote protesters going to like a church and mess with people.
Yeah.
You saw that?
I heard about it.
No,
Yeah.
I haven't.
And freaking, well, Omega did, and freaking Don Lemon was there. He was part of it, and
Who?
Don Lemon, the former like CNN guy,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was there. They were just messing with like the people in church. Like they weren't doing nothing. They were just like, they're in church, right? And here you got these lunatics barging in there, calling them a bunch of Nazis, a bunch of like white supremacists and stuff simply because they're white. It's like, bro, what are y'all doing? Why are y'all messing with these people? These people trying to like worship, these people trying to like, be in church and y'all mess with them.
So yeah, they're not going to church is harassing people just for going to church.
Yeah, which which is against the law. You can't do that. You can't like be like, going to like, places like church and like, make a scene like, yelling, screaming, intimidating. Like you can't be doing that. So hopefully those people get arrested for that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Minnesota is like, man, is for what I've noticed these past years, it's always the blue states that be like the worst, like have the worst problems. Like here in Georgia, you don't really deal with that as much. Like in terms of like, well, the only time that really happened was BLM riots, but that was about it. But
yeah,
it's just, this is getting crazy, man. It's getting crazy in California, Portland, Minnesota, like yeah, no doubt. And you can tell this, there's poor leadership in freaking Minnesota. You can tell by just the flag alone, like the new flag they got. You can tell,
it's
it's embarrassing.
No, you're the embarrassment. Oh gosh.
Yeah, freaking that. Like I said, that soy boy beta mayor, Jacob, whatever.
Jacob
He's
Fry.
it, bro.
But yeah.
They're part of the problem.
Well, yes, they are.
Yeah. All I can do is pray for y'all, man, in Minnesota, because I know it's bad there.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers to Minnesota.
And yeah, man, it's just all these liberals are going. It's out of hand right now. It really is out of hand.
What I find ironic is that these are the same people that say that the conservatives are freaking violent and and stuff. But I'm being honest with you, I rarely hear anything about conservatives like rioting, attacking a bunch of people.
Yeah. Other than really January 6th, what was really
that's their only like backup is January 6th. That's the only thing they got. When I can name you at least 5 stuff that's happened both this year and what happened in 2020 and 2021. Hell, freaking last year with freaking the LA riots.
Mm-hmm.
I can name you a bunch. They can only name one. Yeah, so hopefully some good change happens soon, man. Like, here's hoping. I mean, the whole fraud thing. They're guilty when they're trying to get rid of Nick Shirley.
Yeah, and not only that too. When I think here's a theory going around too. Some people think that Tim Walz is just letting all this happen just so he can try to get all the heat from off of him, just to go put on ICE. Since ICE is around here now.
Yeah, to make a distraction.
Yep.
Yeah. I can definitely see that.
Which is a very cowardly thing to do. So
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, yeah. You know how crooked these politicians can be. So they'll do whatever it takes. They'll do whatever to make sure
No, we're not the bad guys. These guys, they're worse.
Yeah, these guys are the fascists. They're Nazis. They're Gestapo. Get them.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so yeah, man, I feel bad for the people that don't agree with this, that don't rock with this.
They don't want this at all.
No. Dude, I saw that there was a guy there was a bunch of people attacking someone that they thought was an ICE agent or thought that he supported ICE, simply because they thought he was a supporter of ICE, and they were attacking him.
So now they're thinking that certain people are guilty.
Yeah, now they're assuming what side they are. Oh, that guy, he looks like a Trump supporter. Let's get him. That is wild to me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if it was the other way around? The freaking CNN and MSNBC would not shut up about that.
Nope.
If it was the other way around, they'd be all over that. But all of a sudden,
you're right.
But all of a sudden they're quiet. And the thing is, you'll find all of this in Twitter and stuff. It's rare that you'll hear CNN or MSNBC actually talk about what's going on, or if they do, they'll disguise it as a peaceful protest. It's it's mostly peaceful protests. No, they're not. They're not peaceful at all. Attacking people for thinking that they're Trump supporters or whatever. That's not peaceful. That's not peaceful, bro.
Yeah,
that's a crime. I saw someone got sliced up, like the back of a neck got freaking cut by somebody. Someone cut someone's in the back of their head, back of their neck. It's freaking disgusting. And yet they're the peaceful ones. Come on now.
No, you're racist. Oh god.
That's exactly what they will say too. That's exactly what they will say. You're racist. You're homophobic. You're transphobic. You're misogynistic. Yeah, you deserve to get beat up.
Oh, I do want to say, for those that were also celebrating Renee Good passing. Because of this whole incident.
Yeah.
You're obviously just as bad about celebrating Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah. I will never support the death of anybody. I don't care if they're liberal and I don't agree with them. I will never support that. Like I said, I would never support if Kamala Harris got hurt or killed. I would never say
Oh God. Okay. Finish up what you're gonna say, and then I gotta read this this funny thing out because it's about a certain person I told you guys about off air who decided to message me.
Yes.
Or she decided to message a bunch of people about this ice shit. So
yeah,
I'm gonna read you guys what she messaged me and what my reply was. But anyways, go ahead.
All I'm saying is I will never support I will never celebrate the death of somebody just because I disagree with them politically. I will never do that. That's just I just will never do that. I think that's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you guys remember how I was telling you guys off air about the person that was doxing people just because she simply disagreed with them or because they're racist?
Yeah, I remember you told me that.
Yeah.
So she had more to say these past 2 days.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
so here it is. Here's one of them, right? And you're gonna get kicked out this one, Jalen, and Robert. You're both gonna kick out this one.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
I can hardly wait.
This is your daily reminder. It's not quote unquote unrest in Minnesota. It's an entire state peacefully resisting military occupation and documenting the violent abduction of our neighbors. Hashtag ICE. Hashtag ICE out. Oh my God.
Can you read that sentence again? Can you read that again?
All right. I'll try to do it this time without laughing. But anyways, this is your daily reminder. It's not quote unquote unrest in Minnesota. It's an entire state peacefully resisting military occupation.
Peacefully resisting?
Right. Even though the video evidence proves otherwise.
That's rich.
That sounds like an oxymoron. Like peacefully resisting.
Well, I mean, she is stupid. I mean,
please, sir. I don't want to be arrested. Please stop it. Please. Like, come on, bro. That's not what they're doing.
Yep. And documenting the violent abduction of our neighbors.
They're not neighbors. They're illegal immigrants. Stop calling them your neighbors.
You know? All right, then shut up. So yeah, what's your thoughts on that, Robert? If you have any thoughts on that,
I am affected of this person. I don't know much about her, but I'm affected of her stupidity.
Yeah, that she is stupid. Just for her saying
she's a stupid hag, anyways.
Dude, just for her saying peacefully resisting, military, just for her saying that, it's like, yeah, she's stupid.
Military occupation, even though I don't see military with tanks rolling around the whole place, but okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, she had the gall to literally post a Martin Luther King quote on her Facebook page.
Oh, get the fuck out of here!
Oh, get the hell out of here!
Even though Dr. King would strongly disagree with everything you're saying right now.
Exactly.
Yes.
He would not rock with this.
He would not rock. Honestly, he would probably be one of the people who say, no, both sides are being morons right now.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, if he was still alive, he would have said, I don't agree with any of this violence. We should not be doing this. They'd be against him, saying that.
Oh, he's Uncle Tom.
They'd be calling him that. It's like,
he supports fascism.
Yeah, they'd be saying that. It's like, come on, bro. Don't try to don't try to say, attempt that you care about Martin Luther King. Clearly you don't. You don't agree with Martin Luther King stood for.
Oh, okay. Here's another quote right here.
Okay.
Here we go. Hashtag white privilege is turning a deaf ear to hashtag Native American and hashtag Hispanic friends who are being threatened indiscriminately by ICE.
What?
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
What? I don't get it. I don't
Your guess is good as mine. That don't make sense at all.
Unbelievable, man.
Well, those are words, I guess. And like that she said.
All right, here we go. Here's what she messaged me directly.
All right, what she say?
Because not because of our video, she doesn't know. Obviously, she doesn't know about that. But I think she just messaged everyone this, like everyone that's in our community. So,
all right,
you know, in my local community, where I live. But anyways,
yeah.
Here we go. Staying silent about what's happening in Minnesota and across our country of ice is shameful. Refusing to support our neighbors or hiding behind not wanting to comment isn't neutrality. It's complicity. People are noticing you effectively siding with the harm. People see it and they won't forget.
So basically, she's one of those silence is violence people.
Yep. So you know what I did? Well, first I put a laughing emoji on the actual quote itself.
Right.
Then I literally put a GIF of you guys remember the segment The Rock and Austin Theory? Shut your bitch ass.
Oh yeah.
Boy.
And that's what I replied with.
That's the perfect response. That's perfect response. Or I would have done, the classic, Rock, shut up, bitch.
So that's pretty much what I play with. I play with that. A GIF of that, pretty much The Rock saying, shut your bitch ass up.
And I guess she's like, how dare you? You're offensive. You're misogynistic.
Yeah, and then obviously, and then she replies, "Oh, you're not. So you want to turn a blind eye to violence and all that." I'm like, it doesn't involve me, so leave me alone.
Yeah,
leave me the hell
alone. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, they're trying to bring in involve people that it's not even political or just wants nothing to do with it. It's like, bro. So now,
it's like, yes, I'm well aware of what's going on, but at the same time, I'm living my life. It ain't.
Yeah,
no one ain't gonna come knocking to my door. Just letting you all know. So
yeah, so now not wanting to be involved or mind your business. Now that's considered offensive. That's now silence is violence.
Yeah.
That idea is freaking stupid. Silence is violence. No, it's not.
So and then she kept trying to go at it, and I'm just like, I'm not even gonna reply anymore.
These people are lost guys, man. It's not even worth it.
Yeah, I just didn't even reply. I mean, obviously I read it, but at the same time, I just didn't reply. I'm like, I'm not even gonna deal with this right now. This is I'm in the middle of work right now. I'm busy.
I guarantee you, she probably.
Well, at the time I was at work, but anyways, I was just like, I got life to live. I mean, I'm busy working. I have no time to argue with you over what your opinion is on a certain subject.
And that's the thing. I guarantee most of the people don't have lives because they're always in the internet.
Well, she's an OnlyFans model, so of course you don't have a life.
Well, of course. Well, that's a.
And she wears leggings to hide her big ass fucking gut from her stomach.
Oh Lord! Oh no!
Yes.
Who's gonna buy that? Oh, there'll be some people.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is I heard very bad stories about her in our community, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So you should not be talking about anyone being terrible human beings when you have plenty of stories and, I saw plenty of evidence about you being a terrible human being towards certain people. That I know personally on a personal level. So you might want to shut up there before you really want to egg me on to the point where, all right, you know what, I'm going gloves off. I'm gonna expose all this about you. So there you go.
Expose him.
So yeah, just point it out there. Keep egging me on. I'm just gonna be like, you know what, I'm just not gonna give a fuck anymore. And you guys have seen me in the past with certain other people when I truly don't give a fuck no more about what people really think or what I say about certain people. You guys see me how I am in the past. So
yeah.
Keep egging me on, and I'm like, all right, now I don't give a fuck. I'm exposing all this, putting it all out there. I wouldn't even give a fuck.
Sure. Yeah, because that's the thing. Some people don't. These people don't realize if they mess with the wrong one, that can really bite them in the butt. Yeah,
don't believe me? Ask the guy called Ask the guy who loves to rate plushies. So there you go. You
Oh
don't believe
Lord.
me. And Robert,
Oh my
you guys
God.
know what I'm talking about. That
Oh my God.
you know. But I'll just leave it at he's fat.
Fat.
So yeah, ask him if you don't believe me. So there you go. But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's pretty much what happened with that. And thankfully, I haven't gotten any message back. I just left it alone because I'm not even gonna bother. Especially once I got better things going on, which I legit do have better things going on. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Trying to egg me on, saying, "Oh, well, you're staying silent. Then you must support this, that." And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut
I want
your bitch
someone to pick a fight with me.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Robert or Jalen, if someone ever messaged you that just out of nowhere in your local community, wouldn't you say the same thing? Pretty much the gif of The Rock saying, "Such your bitch ass up."
Yeah, basically. Just do that and then I'll just, be on my way.
No, I'm like, all right, moving on.
There you go. Moving on.
You don't matter to me in my life. You never mattered, and there you go. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because you're dumb as fuck and you suck.
Yep.
But yeah, that was. I guess you could say that was pretty much all the craziness going on in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now,
Yes,
we'll see. Hopefully,
Yeah,
there's no
for now.
more updates. I really hope there isn't any more updates to this, but I don't know. From the way things are going, I'm just gonna say I think it's basically just another 2020 all over again. So.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember the last time Minnesota's been this bad in terms of quote unquote peaceful protests, which they aren't since 2020 after the whole George Floyd thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thankfully, it's not as bad because they haven't burned down the whole city, but I mean, still, it's not the greatest right now.
I mean, hearing they might get National Guard to be there to be in Minnesota. So
Yeah, the Insurrection Act. Yep.
yeah. So
And of course, you got these liberals saying, "Oh, get your guns to fight back" or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I saw this. I'm like,
which is ironic because I thought these people were anti them.
People to commit terrorism. That's pretty much what you're saying. You're encouraging people to commit terrorism by shooting at National Guard.
And also, that's against the law to do that, like in social media. Like, that's against the law. You can't do that.
You can go to prison. You can probably be in prison for the rest of your life if you really want to.
And I wonder what Trump's going to say after that. What comes to him being also against gun violence too.
Yeah. I was gonna say, aren't liberals supposed to be against gun violence? Why do you support gun violence all of a sudden?
Yeah, now all of a sudden they're all pro guns.
Yeah.
They always contradict themselves.
So yeah. Anyways, fuck these people, and
I agree.
Some of them need to go to prison. For example, like Tim Walz, he needs to be locked up in prison.
Yeah, get him out here and get freaking Omar out here. She
needs to be deported and locked up in prison. So
yeah, get her out of here.
Locked up. Don't let her out.
Yeah, don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
Matter of fact, I will open the door for you and kick you right out.
Yep. Get out and
I'll be a gentleman about it. Don't worry. I'll be a gentleman. Open the door for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
So guys, we will get to some wrestling stuff, but before we do, we're gonna do some fun topics just to to lighten things up here.
Yeah, I definitely need some fun topics. All right, let's go.
Let's get to it, folks.
Sure.
Shut up.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Go.
Yeah, I can tell you guys love that response I gave pretty much of the gift of The Rock.
Now, yes.
All right, so this is mine. Here we got like all Royal Rumble winners that won it multiple times.
Hell yeah.
So basically, for this one, you can pick your top 4 favorite multiple time Royal Rumble winners.
Sweet.
Yeah. All right. So for me, I'll go with. Actually, I'll go Stone Cold. I'll go Shawn Michaels. I'll go Edge. And I'll go Cody.
Oh God, he's the worst one of all.
No, it's not.
Wins the Royal Rumble this year. I'm not even gonna watch WrestleMania. Just like
he's not winning, bro. He's not winning. Now imagine he wins though, and he said he gets a mic and says, "I'm doing this for my daughter. I'm doing this for my wife, my mommy."
Oh God. Well, if he was gonna do that, he sure did that on SmackDown already.
Oh yeah. But all right, who's next?
All right. How many again?
4.
4. All right, going with Shawn Michaels. I'll go with Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'll go with Cody Rhodes.
All right.
And
Triple H.
I'll go. And no. 2002. I was starting with 2002, but not 2016.
Yeah.
But I'll go Randy Orton. My honorable mention will be Edge. My dishonorable would be Charlotte because it was bad, especially 2025.
Yeah, I would have picked John Cena, but I just didn't like that he won 2013 one. He didn't need it. So
I mean, that year that was the only time I was like, Ryback should have won that.
Yeah. 2008, I agree with, but 2013, no.
Well, I think Robert disagreed 2008.
Oh yeah, he probably agrees with that, but disagree with that. But
I disagree with 2008, but I can understand why.
I was gonna say I think 2013 is still worse though.
Yeah.
Until he wasted it at No Way Out.
Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, and it's not Cena's fault, but like the booking.
No, it's not.
Oh my, yeah. And just Randy Orton slapped the referee and it caused a disqualification. Which was that's so funny to me. Like, jeez.
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
All right.
Omega.
I'll go with Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'll go with Randy Orton, and finally I go with Edge.
All right. Cool.
All right.
My dishonorable is Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course.
My other dishonorable is John Cena.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
All right. Next one.
All right. For this one,
all right,
you could pick 5 wrestlers who you think should have won the Royal Rumble. So like, what five wrestlers do you think should win the Royal Rumble? We both men and women.
I'll go Daniel Bryan from 2014.
Oh,
obviously.
All right.
All right.
He wasn't in the match, but still, he should have won.
Yeah.
2014, by the way. 2014.
Yeah, 2014. That's what I said. 2014. He wasn't in the match, but I mean, he should have won it. So.
Yeah. He should have been.
I guess last year, CM Punk. I think he should have won it, to be honest.
Okay.
I agree.
Because we all know how great Jey Uso's run turned out to be.
It was great, Oos. 4 letters, 1 word.
It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal, Oos.
It was phenomenal, Oos. Right.
I guess Ryback in 2013, obviously.
Okay.
He should have won it. I'll go with Io Sky from last year. I think she should have won the Rumble.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
And finally, with 2020, I think it should have been Shayna Baszler. So.
Okay.
I think in 2020 it should have been Shayna Baszler.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. For me, for 2012, I would go with Chris Jericho. I mean, I like Sheamus and all, and I wasn't mad that he won, but I think Chris should have won it. I do agree Ryback should have won 2013. I'll go with him.
What about 2011? Del Rio won.
I would rather take Santino, to be honest. But, I'm not gonna count that. That'd probably be an honorable mention. But I agree with EO for last year. I think she should have won it. EO Stack. Think of two more. 2022. I think it was supposed to be like AJ Styles to win it, right?
No, apparently Matt Riddle was supposed to win it, actually.
Or Matt Riddle. I wouldn't mind if Matt Riddle won.
I remember.
At least that's what Matt Riddle claims. I don't know if that's true or not. But.
Yeah. According to him.
Either way, I wouldn't mind if Matt Riddle won. So, him.
But this was high on him, I mean, like, literally, but figuratively.
Yeah, not literally, but I mean, he was over. He was a good talent.
He did.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
yeah. But one more. Let me think. I'll go for 2015. I'll go with Dean Ambrose in 2015.
all right.
So yeah.
All right, for me, for 1990 Royal Rumble, should have been Ultimate Warrior.
Okay.
From 1994, I know Bret Hart won those the co-winners, but Bret Hart should have won his solo. And that was ridiculous. Just because Vince wanted to do a whole, who the fans go cheer for more to be in that spot. And obviously, they were bullied by Super, but still.
Yeah.
Not Lucas' fault though, but
No.
it was
They're trying to make him do Hulk Hogan, but it wasn't working.
And it wasn't working. So yeah, so Bret Hart will be 1994. 2013, I agree. Ryback should have won because they killed his momentum in the way in 2012. When he lost to Punk in the cell.
Yeah.
Just, to Brad Maddox.
Come on, it's a screwy finish. So technically, you didn't lose clean.
Come on, Robert, you didn't like Brad Maddox?
He was trash. I didn't get the appeal. He sucked as a wrestler. Sucked as a character. I didn't get what his character was supposed to be.
Well, come on. He got the bang page. Come on, you didn't like it? Oh god.
Come on, you didn't like young Eric Bischoff? I mean, Brad Maddox.
Yeah, basically he was. Young Eric Bischoff.
Yeah, dollar store Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff off Wish.
Yeah.
I never got it. Never got it.
Yeah, even though we're not the
But
biggest
anyways.
fan of Bischoff nowadays, but
Yeah.
but as an authority figure, he actually had appeal to him, unlike Brad Maddox.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, well, right for 13 there. 2014, yeah, should have been Brian, Dan Bryan, it was wrong place, wrong time for Batista.
Yep.
And the fact that this one him come back as a baby face, and that was not good. That obviously was not going to work.
Well, Batista.
Mm-hmm. It was going to be a baby face. It was never going to work.
Yeah, not in that time. Not in that time when Dan Bryan was red hot. So
Mm-hmm.
It would have worked. You're just a hater.
I like Batista. It's just I just knew that it wasn't going to work.
Yeah. And last year, Io Sky should have won the Women's Royal Rumble
Yeah,
instead of Charlotte. Because obviously we all know what happened with that.
yeah.
My honorable was to be CM Punk from last year, and there you go.
All right.
Bam. Take that,
All right. Wait, what? What'd you say?
That's big Joseph.
Oh my god! Wow. But all right. So here we got video games from 2001.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So basically, for this one, you can pick like your top 3 favorite games right here.
Oh yeah. All right, I'll go with Max Payne, Grand Theft Auto 3, and Super Smash Bros. Melee. My honorable will be Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3.
All right. For me, I go with Super Smash Brothers Melee. I go Devil May Cry, and I go with GT3.
All right.
All right, what was that?
Oh, you can pick 3.
Yeah, your top 3.
Okay, I'll go with Halo Combat Evolved. I'll go with GTA 3, and I'll go Devil May Cry.
All right.
The Devil May Cry. All right. No, there you go.
All right. So here we got video games 2003. So
Yeah.
That's my birth year, by the way.
Yep. So for this one, you can pick your top 4 favorite video games.
Top 4, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
I'll go with Mario Kart.
All right.
I'll go with Super Mario 3. I'll go with SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain.
Okay.
And finally, I'll go with Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
Oh no, SmackDown Comes the Pain sucks. Oh,
No.
2K20's better.
No, Lord.
We
For
gotta
me,
say that, Robert. Someone said that. Your 2K20's better.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I thought just bring us stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks too. Well,
Both suck.
yeah, they both suck.
They both suck.
For me, I'll go with Sonic Heroes. I'll go with SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. I'll go with Mario Kart Double Dash. And I'll go with the Crash Bandicoot racing game.
All right, cool.
So, yeah.
I don't remember if I played it though. I could have swore I did, but whatever. All right. I'll go with SmackDown here. So SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. I'll go with Tony Hawk's Underground.
All right.
Mario Kart Double Dash.
All right.
And The Simpsons Hit and Run.
All right.
All right, there you go. Here we go. Oh,
All right. So for this one, we got custom titles outside WWE. So, like, wrestlers' own custom titles.
Mm-hmm.
So, based for this one, you can pick like your top 3 favorites. Right here.
Some titles? Alright. I'll go with the Jeff Hardy belt. Oh.
No, boy.
No, I'll go with the FTW championship, the round one.
All right.
I'll go with the Bowl Club championship.
Okay.
And finally, I'll go with I'll go with the championship with the white strap, whatever that title is.
It's the super. I think it's for the Young Bucks, like the Super Kid Party.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Take it back now.
I mean, it's not bad, but
Yeah.
No, but still fun.
Fuck you. Fuck
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I agree. For me, I also go with the FTW, World Championship. The round one. I'll go with the Bullet Club Championship, and I'll go with the GCW Universal Championship for Matt Cardona.
That's good. That's a good belt.
That's a nice belt. I just love how he just like turned into a spinner and he called it the Universal Championship. Like,
Yeah.
he's such a great troll, bro, for GCW. He's great.
Yes.
He's one of the only good things about GCW.
Yeah,
He
like for
drew.
real, he was the only
Grant
good
Cardona
one.
drew people to watch GCW. And because anyone else on there.
Yeah,
Besides,
exactly.
some people that were talented.
Yeah, him calling himself the deathmatch king was freaking great.
Yeah. All right. For me, I'll go for the SW Championship, the first one that was ever did.
Right away.
Not on the round one, but I prefer the original.
Okay.
I'll go with Jay Briscoe's Ring of Honor World Championship.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Which, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the anniversary of his death was.
The anniversary of his death.
Yeah.
And I'll go. And I'll go with the Bullet Club Championship. I will be Mike Cardona's Universal Championship from GCW.
Yeah.
Just because it spins.
That was the only good thing with GCW.
My honorable will be Jeff Hardy's championship belt, not the purple one though. It's
one?
alright, but I thought the upgrade one was better.
Yeah, the black one. All right.
Yes. All right.
No, you're lying.
Wow.
Oh wow.
All right.
I thought it was alright, but.
All right, this one's a little outdated since one is in WWE now. But basically, this one was like, what is your favorite entrance theme song to sing along to outside WWE? So we got Chris Jericho's Judas, Jungle Boy's Tarzan. Yeah, Jungle Boy's Tarzan Boy.
That's what you're going over.
Yeah, John Moxley's Wild Thing. Daniel Bryan's Final Countdown.
The final countdown.
Obviously Joe Hendry's, I Believe in Joe Hendry, when he was in TNA. Mercedes Moné's, CEO theme song.
CEO.
And last but definitely not least, the Hurt Syndicates, We Hurt People. We hurt people. We hurt people. So yeah. So for this one, you can pick your top 3 favorite theme songs to sing along to. Entrances to sing along to.
I'll go with Chris Jericho. Judas.
Okay. Wow.
That's fire song.
I just sing along to it. Even when I'm at the show, I just sing along to it. So.
I still hate you, but you have a catchy song.
I still hate them, but yeah. Bryan Danielson's Final Countdown.
Okay.
And Tarzan Boy.
All right.
My album will be Moxley's Wild Thing.
All right, for me, I'll go with John Moxley's Wild Thing. I'll go with Joe Hendry's I Believe in Joe Hendry. And I'll go with Hurt Syndicate's We Hurt People. My honorable will be Jack Perry's Tarzan Boy.
Sweet.
I'll go with Chris Jericho's Judas. I'll go with John Moxley's Wild Things, and I'll finally go with Bryan Danielson's Final Countdown.
It's the final countdown. Bro, imagine, I'm obviously still working in AEW, but imagine if he his contract went up in AEW, and then in the Royal Rumble we heard it's the final countdown.
That's the final countdown.
The Yes Movement is back in WWE. Just be a bunch of yes chants and them singing the song.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right, so here we got international championships right here from different companies. For this one, you pick your top favorite one, your most favorite.
The AEW International Championship.
AEW.
My honorable will be the TNA International Championship.
Same here. My honorable right there. I don't know the other two belts are, but they're not bad either.
Yeah. All right. All right. Here we got Cedric Alexander. We got the Evolution. Cedric Alexander, through the years. We got him in the Indies, him in Cruiserweight Classic, him in 205 Live, becoming Cruiserweight Champion. Cedric in the main roster. Cedric joined the Hurt Business. We got post Hurt Business. Cedric Alexander when he was still a heel. When he came back as babyface. When he was teaming up with Ashante the Adonis.
That didn't last long at all.
No.
As a matter of fact, I don't even remember them teaming up at all, to be honest.
I remember like vignettes of it, but it didn't go nowhere. Unfortunately. Obviously him teaming up with Javon for a little bit. And Cedric Alexander in TNA. So for this one, you can pick like your top 4 favorite versions of Cedric Alexander.
I'll go with Cruiserweight Classic, 205 Live, the Hurt Business, and I guess I'll go with the Indies. On the Indies.
All right. I'll go Cruiserweight Classic, 205 Live / Cruiserweight Champion, Hurt Business, and him in TNA. So,
all right. I'll go with he was in the Cruiserweight Classic, and I'll go with him being the Cruiserweight Champion from 205 Live. I'll go with him with the Hurt Business, and I'll go with him even in the Indies before coming to WWE.
Okay.
There you go.
Got Rhea Bloody Ripley.
All right, Omega, this is one yours.
Oh, one of mine. All right. So with this one, obviously, you got all of Rhea Ripley's, title wins. So pretty much, what's your top 3 favorite Rhea Ripley title wins?
All right.
I'll go with her as the NXT Women's Champion. I'll go with her when she first won the Women's World Championship. When it turned to the Women's World Championship. And I'll go with her second Women's World Championship title win. So, yeah.
All right.
All
I'll go with the NXT Women's Championship. I'll go with when she won the SmackDown Women's Championship on WrestleMania.
Okay.
And I'll go with her second Women's World Championship win.
Oops, my fault.
Well, skip that image. I got a new one. Remember the updated one?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, we're gonna skip that one. We'll go back to that one later because I got an updated image.
All right, but yeah, they make back because it's my turn. Yeah, I meant to do something else here. All right, for me, I'll go with the NXT UK Women's Championship, the NXT Women's Championship, and the first reign of being the WWE Women's World Champion.
All right.
And my armbar will be her second reign, and my other armbar will be winning the second time I'll be Women's Tag Team Champion with Io.
Yep. I am glad they're now they're doing more with the women's tag team division, having some big names.
Took them long enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. So pick your year themed night. Ooh. Okay.
Yep. So we got the 1980s, the 1990s, the 2000s, and finally the 2010s. So which one are you picking?
Okay. It's kind of hard. It's between the 90s and 2000s for me.
I'm going 90s.
You know what? I'm gonna go with the 90s because I like Mario, And I like Cosmic Brownies. So we'll roll that.
I'll go.
All right.
Where's that?
I'll go to 2000s.
2000?
Okay. That'd be my honorable 2000s. You know, GTA San Andreas. Love that game. Here we go again.
All right. There you go.
All right, we got EO.
EO.
So yeah, pretty much same thing as the real one. What's your favorite Eel Sky title?
Pick 3.
Yep.
Okay. I'll go with her as the NXT Women's Champion. I'll go with her as the undisputed, not so undisputed, WWE Women's Champion. And I'll go with her last year winning the Women's World Championship.
Same here for me.
All right.
Yeah, same here with me. My honorable will be, the Women's Tag Championships for Rhea Ripley.
All right. Good. Wow.
Spider-Man.
And these games are, they're getting old. That's crazy. That's
all these old Spider-Man games. Which 2 are your favorite, or which 3 are your favorite old Spider-Man games?
Okay, so I'll go with Web of Shadows, Shattered Dimensions, and Spider-Man PS4.
Yeah, same here for me as well.
All right.
How many you guys pick?
3.
All right. I'll go with one of those 26 years from there. I'll go with Ultimate Spider-Man from 21 years. And I'll go with the one for 16 years from there.
That's crazy. That Spider-Man PS4 is almost like 8 years. I still remember the trailer and everything, being excited for it. It doesn't feel that long.
Damn, yeah. All right.
So yeah, here's all the WWE title wins that happened on SmackDown. So
Okay.
the first
That
one we
was
obviously got
crazy.
Superman.
Who cares?
We got Brock Lesnar 2 times in 2003 and in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
We got AJ Styles in 2017.
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan in 2018.
Yay.
Yeah.
Finally, we got Drew McIntyre in 2026. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So
Pretty much, which 3 were your favorite SmackDown title wins?
I'll go with the last 3. AJ Styles, Dan Bryan, and Drew McIntyre.
All right. I'll go with Brock Lesnar 2003, AJ Styles in 2017, and finally Drew McIntyre. All right.
I was so happy when AJ beat Jinder Mahal. I was so happy. I think I was in London too, right? I think it was London.
Yep. It was in London. Yep.
Yeah. I was so happy when
It was the first actually UK WWE title change ever, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's wild.
Mm-hmm. All right. For me, Brock Lesnar from 2003, AJ Styles, and Daniel Bryan. My honorable will be Drew. But this honorable was Vince.
Obviously.
Come on, Robert. He beat Triple H. Oh God.
Yeah, the worst. The worst of both worlds.
Yeah, Triple H was the lesser of 2 evils.
So pretty much here's $3 menus. If you guys remember this from way back in the day.
I wish we still had those.
So pretty much all these,
I remember.
out of these $3 menus, which one's your favorite?
Ooh. Big one?
Yep.
McDonald's.
Yeah, I go McDonald's, the Big Mac meal.
Yeah, McDonald's.
I love the Big Mac with the sauce, bro. I love the Mac sauce, man. So good. I think they sell Mac sauce.
Yeah, I can't remember if we did.
Unless you got to buy it online.
You can make it though. Obviously, you can make it.
Yeah, I can make it like you just put like ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise. Basically the same thing. That's what I do sometimes. Just mix it together.
Oh, yeah, even the taco Bell one, is a good deal too.
Yeah, that look good. Burger King look good too with the Whopper, fries.
Oh yeah. All right.
Wendy's.
Drew McIntyre.
So pretty much all this one is Drew McIntyre's title wins. His WWE, his world titles. So we got, from WrestleMania when he won it. From, I believe, Clash of Champions. I think it's when he won it, right? Or was it on Raw?
I think it's on Raw.
Okay. Obviously from WrestleMania 40, night 2. And finally from recently on SmackDown. So pretty much what was your top 2 favorite Drew McIntyre world title wins?
I'm going to go with WrestleMania 40. Nah, seriously, I'll go with him at WrestleMania 36. And, this year in January, SmackDown.
Same here. Because fuck Cody Rhodes.
Okay, that's not why. Well, not for me.
Yeah, for me that.
I know that's for you. But yeah, I mean, so are you gonna cry, Cody Rhodes? Are you gonna cry?
All right, so pretty much for this one, what's your favorite PlayStation background? The default background.
How many are we picking?
You could pick 3.
Okay. Obviously the PS2, classic one. I'll go with the PS3. The PS3, the one next to the PS Vita. I'll go with that one.
Yeah, the great one.
Yeah. And I'll go with PS4.
All right. I'll go PS2, PSP, and PS4.
All right. I'll go with PS2, PSX, and PS3. That's one under there. Next to PSP.
Remember, I had a friend that had a PSP. Yeah. It was really cool.
PSP was one of the best things.
Yeah. Y'all remember when freaking when PlayStation had like its own Wii, like the PlayStation Wii? I remember that. That one had its own like Wii remote.
I don't recall the count with you.
I remember that. It didn't last long, but I remember they had it like
Just a trailer.
3. It was called PlayStation. Yeah.
No, I think the boomerang controller was the best thing ever.
Oh god! The fact that was like that was really controlled everything. I was like, thank God they did not. Oh Lord! All right, we got guest referee outfits.
Yeah, so we got referee outfits inspired by Shawn with Shawn Michaels, obviously, and they carried on with the rest of these 3. So, which 2 wore the better?
Obviously Shawn Michaels, and I'll actually go MJF. I'll go MJF.
Yeah, I'll go Shawn Michaels MJF.
Same here. I will be.
I was surprised Nick Nemeth even wore that at Genesis, to be honest.
I had a feeling he probably would have, because he's always been like the Shawn Michaels like wrestler, right?
Yeah. And more about
he wanted to be Shawn Michaels.
Genesis.
And
more about.
Yeah. He's just a second-rate
Right.
Shawn Michaels wannabe.
That's right.
You heard people say that he just wanted to be Shawn Michaels. Well, I think we heard it for years. But,
Yeah, we heard that for years.
We always heard for years ago.
Ooh, what's this?
All right. Now, guys, this because CM Punk's gonna have his own showcase for 2K26.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because obviously, CM Punk and Vince McMahon is blurred. CM Punk and John Laurinaitis blurred. And then Alberto Del Rio is blurred.
Yeah.
So all these 3 I guess you could say, which three do you think that should not be blurred out?
But John Laurinaitis.
John Laurinaitis.
John Laurinaitis.
I think he's the worst one of all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, their rivalry's not needed. It really ain't.
It really is not.
Marvel will be Vince, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I guess I don't even think Del Rio's gonna be in it anyway. So,
Yeah, he's not gonna be in it.
No.
You're not gonna reference him. So,
like, I can see them featuring Money in the Bank with John Cena, but they're gonna probably part with Del Rio. I don't know. But
yeah.
Not like 2K15 that had him in there. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we got TNA World Champions.
So yeah, TNA World Champions that hold on to that, design of the TNA World Championships. So pick your top four that represent, that design of the TNA World Championship.
Okay. I'll go with Mike Santana, Nick Nemeth, Joe Hendry, and Trick Williams.
All right, I'll go Trick Williams, Alex Shelley, Nick Nemeth, and Mike Santana.
All right.
I'll go with Moose, Mike Santana, Trick Williams, and Alex Shelley. My honorable will be Ricky Kazarian.
All right. Ooh, Fox Kids.
All right, guys. So we got Fox Kids, TV shows. So,
Great.
You got obviously Bobby Squirrel.
Yep.
The Tom and Jerry Kids show. Beetlejuice, the animated series. Tasmania. Batman, the animated series. Eek the Cat. X-Men, the animated series. The Animaniacs. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Smorphin' time.
That's right. The Tick. Goosebumps. And Life with Louie.
Okay.
So pick your top five of your favorites.
Okay.
I'll go Batman the Animated Series, X-Men the Animated Series. I'll go with the Animaniacs. I'll go Goosebumps, and I guess I'll go Tasmania.
I go with Batman Animated Series, X-Men Animated Series, Animaniacs, Power Rangers, and you said that's Tom and Jerry there, right?
Tom and Jerry Kids.
Yeah, so I'll go with that.
Sweet. I'll go with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Batman, X-Men, Animaniacs, and Tasmania. But yeah, let's be honest, none of these are bad either way. So.
All right.
And finally, when it comes to WWE 2K26 here, well, the four matches are returning. Well, I don't know if comes to a match was every part of it, but yeah, but I want to know because I don't follow over the years with it. But let's just say this. So for me, I'll just say this is new to me. Either way, what the top four here, they you can rank as your the one that you're looking forward to the most of playing or seeing in a way. But for 2K26.
I'll go with Infernal match.
I'll go with 3 Stages of Hell.
All right. I'm gonna go with the dumpster match, just because. Well, you know what that means.
Yep, gonna take out the
Well,
trash.
obviously, Robert, don't worry. We'll call it the take out the trash match.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes, that's what we're gonna. That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be take out the trash match.
Who would be your first victim?
That'll be a lot of fun. Well, I'm thinking of when we get to the draft, if we're on the same brand, I got someone in mind.
Hunter Wheeler,
Like
Nathan Matthews,
I mean, I'm obviously he's a good choice, and him, but no.
JKP.
Wow.
Nah, yeah, I was not thinking about it.
Yeah, better not.
CJ Lone Wolf.
Oh wow. But yeah, there you go. Either way, I'm looking forward to these either way. Well, especially in the final match.
Like I said, we should have that specific matchup only just for Demonator,
Yes,
and maybe Mr. Revenge too. But for now, I think
Yeah,
Demonator is the only one that makes sense for our company to have that type of match. I think you agree, Robert.
So I guess I agree. So I guess dumpster match is going to replace casket match then. I don't know.
I think casket match is still gonna be in the game. I think you just might add the dumpster match to it.
All right. Well, there you go. I guess we'll do the rest here because the rest is Jordans, and I don't think he's going to show up.
Nope.
So, choose 3 here for the rest of your life.
I'll go with hot sauce. I'll go with salsa. And actually, you know what? I'll go salsa. I'll go maple syrup, and I'll go burger sauce.
For me, I go ketchup, barbecue sauce, and salsa.
Yeah,
All right.
I know. I didn't pick ketchup mustard because I don't like it. That's why I didn't pick it.
Nah.
I know who will chose that. The Ambrose.
Yep.
But
Come on, you guys.
Ketchup and mustard.
Hot dog.
Made me a man.
Well, come on, Robert. You didn't think that was funny at the time? The whole hot dog thing?
no, I thought it was adding more insult to injury to me after they were insulting me about he must came from Coney Island, even though Coney Island, they never have they don't have hot dog carts there.
So why is it considered New York
Anyways.
City? Oh, wow.
I could believe he got that from someone from the Barclays Center, but that's what they're at, by the way. But you tell me he got that all the way from Coney Island? Fuck out of here. Anyways, but anyways, my drink will be
Wow.
my drink will be ketchup, maple syrup, and salsa. All right. So what comes to here as well? This is also the one Jordans. You can only save one.
Only save one. I don't know how to. I don't know what. I don't know.
I'll go Mufasa. Because what Scar did was just horrible.
You know, I'll go with Mufasa too.
Long live the king.
Why, you didn't like it? You didn't think it was the greatest heel turn ever? Wow.
It was. I absolutely hated Scar. Especially trying to blame it on Simba. What did you do?
I'll go
Look at his
Mufasa.
face. Look at his face. Oh no.
Look at his face.
Yeah, I'll go Mufasa. And finally, one of us also, you can listen to only for, a 12-hour car ride.
Okay. I'll go Keisha Cole, Brandy, Faith Evans, and Whitney Houston.
Same here.
All right. Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, Alicia Keys, and Aaliyah.
Like the wrestler? Oh god.
Why did I say it like that? I'm gonna say Aaliyah, not the other. One that they keep saying she's Aaliyah, but no, it's Aaliyah. And she's still trash.
Oh come on, stop. Be nice to her.
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest with her. She's talented, but not in the ring. There you go.
I don't even think she even wrestles anymore that much, is she?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I remember seeing, something about her wrestling, from here and there, but other than that, it's not really nothing to see there.
Okay.
So, all right. Now, oh, that was some fun. Now, let's talk about stuff that happened with PWTF.
Okay.
So we had PWTF New Year Rampage. And yes, it was basically, the return of Rampage, not for AEW. But this Rampage was way better than the Rampage that AEW produced.
Oh, you're lying. Wow.
Well, let's find out together, because it was on a Friday, which probably it was appropriate. It was on a Friday because remember Rampage was also on a Friday. When AEW ran their shows.
Yep.
And here we go. The first match was Tiger Lee with Paul Heyman and Jim Parker. So Paul Heyman's recruiting, his own vision in PWTF with these two guys.
Yep.
And it's slowly building up.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Tiger Lee going up against Penta.
Yep. Penta.
How around the Penta is feuding with Paul Heyman's group, not only in WWE but also in PWTF.
Yep.
So the match, ends up being a decent opener. At one point, Tiger Lee bled in the match.
Yep.
And not to mention,
Yeah.
you got some outside interferences, sort of, when it comes to those distractions and all. Paul Heyman, doing the usual removing the chemical pad.
He probably thought
that
was worse on what was it? Day of Reckoning, some of the outside interferences.
Oh yeah. Oh man. But we'll get to that. But I remember Jim Parker getting on the apron though at one point, and then he ends up coming down. And like, what are you gonna do from there when the referee saw you attacking Penta? You would have called Tiger Lee the match.
Yep.
Oh, that would be interesting, but it never came to that conclusion. So, but the match ends up being pretty decent either way. And in the end, once again, Tiger Lee gets the win over Penta. This is second time gets win over Penta.
Yep. Aren't you happy? Wow.
I was very satisfied with the match, but other than that, and what you say? Decent opener. There you go. But you know what? As the following the match, and I thought it was way better. So it was an exhibition match that happened. Second match on the card, which is not a bad thing, not bad placement to be. If you can follow up on what the first match can do, then there should be no issues whatsoever of having that match going on second. And that's the lesson I wanted to teach us for my mystery opponent here, who accepted my open challenge in this exhibition match, because it was Natural Born Killer, who's the PWTF World Champion.
Yeah.
And his mystery opponent, who answered the challenge, which had to make some calls, arrangements, and a little bit of play a little politics to bring him in, to finally have some closure once and for all.
Yeah.
And yes, folks, if you've seen it, I got, let's see, I think it's 4 words, right? I got 4 words for you. I am the learning tree.
Were you surprised they came out with that theme song?
I actually was. I was not expecting that at all. I was expecting Judas, to be honest with you. But no, he's still going with the whole learning tree.
Yeah, don't you love?
Well, I would love it, if the outcome of it, ends up being what I expected it to be, which it was. We'll get to. But either way, I was excited to see this happening, because this is the show Rampage, that Chris Jericho has known for during commentary, and sometimes he'll wrestle sometimes, but most likely he did commentary for when it came to AEW. And also it's the same Rampage where we all started to lose our steam of watching Rampage, because of the format of the show, and then with Jericho being atrocious on commentary, where it gotten worse. But then it came to that one time where Jericho was not on commentary and was not at the show on that night. Is where I did the tweet that basically tagging Jericho's name on there and tagging everything else when it comes to Rampage and AEW. Like, I'm not watching the show. Every time Jericho's on their commentary. I don't remember the full fact of the tweet I did, but it caught win for Jericho. Jericho decided to be a jerk bitch by saying you're banned for watching Rampage, and then he blocks me, and the rest was history. When it came to me shitting on Jericho, because he was a jerk bitch for blocking me, being a wrestler who's too sensitive, because I didn't find any of his commentary to his liking.
So, wow.
It's not just me saying it, by the way. It's others that were saying it too at the time. Now maybe they didn't tweet it, like how I did it, but there was so much that Jericho couldn't take anymore because of something he's had to do what he did. And
Yeah.
how long was that been? What, since 2023?
I believe so.
If I recall, I'm pretty sure it was. It was so long we couldn't tolerate Rampage anymore. But now I think it's 2023 because I think there was good. I think around that time it was coming to an end. But because there was going to introduce Collision. I'm pretty sure it was 2022 if I'm not mistaken. But the point is, folks, this has been a long time coming when it comes to Natural Born Killer versus Chris Jericho. Obviously, this is in real life, but still. But it is what in this sense, it was good. It was. I want some I want some satisfaction here. So we had this match. That's Walter Earth versus Chris Jericho. I wasn't expecting the learning tree, but I'm glad we did. I'm glad I did. And the match was great. And this is the point I want to make with Chris Jericho here, because remember Chris Jericho said from on his podcast, Chris Jericho, when he was interviewed with John Moxley, he's basically told him where he wanted to he said he's got to leave WWE because the story that with him and Kevin Owens was a great story at the time from 2015 going into 2016.
Yep.
Wait, was it that year? No, actually, wasn't it? What
it was 2017.
Yeah, it was 2016 going into 2017. Yes, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, 2016 going into 2017. So, yeah, and it was a good story there at the what they were doing there with Jericho and almost being best friends and all that, for being together and all that. Owens was the Universal Champion. Jericho was introducing the Lucha Jericho. He was getting some other things over alongside with it, and that was going to lead to originally going to lead to Jericho versus Owens for the Universal Championship at WrestleMania, but this man had other ideas. I mean, it worked out for Brock and Goldberg, but what caused? Because of Goldberg getting booed because he's supposed to be a babyface, being cheered, but instead people were booing him because obviously he was being pushed like Super Goldberg.
Super Goldberg. Yep.
Especially of his age at that time. But Jericho, though it was a step in the face of him, and eventually ends up becoming for the National Championship because I think Jericho was the National Champion. Yes, he was. I think he was. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think he wasn't. I think Jericho was National Champion. Basically, the match was underwhelming because I guess Jericho felt it was disrespectful that it ends up being number 2. Maybe it should have been the opener of the show. Maybe we'll get into that WrestleMania. But Jericho felt like he had enough, and and basically the match itself was underwhelming. It didn't live up to the expectation where it could have been a great match, and they could have tried, but nope. It's just Jericho lost his passion after that. In WWE, all that hard work that he did, and this was the payoff.
Yep.
So I want to teach Jericho a lesson here when it comes to, it doesn't have to be that way because you can have a best match on the card. Doesn't matter if it's on pay-per-view or B show or A show. All you gotta do is deliver what we could do in the ring, and showcase exactly what people are not expecting. Coming out of a second match on the card because with that type of attitude, we say, the number two match, on the show, doesn't really mean anything. Well, let's make it mean something, and that's what we did. We kicked each other's ass here. He took me to the limit. We did the Cobra to me and the Juice Effect on the outside. Then he did it again to me in the ring. Cobra and Juice Effect. We were going back and forth. This match was going crazy. Doing moonsaults to each other or whatever have you. It was a fantastic match. And he tried to go for a line salt. And he missed. And then I got him with the, and I got the upper hand and got him with the Sweet Dream music and got the win. So I beat the Learning Tree.
Learning Tree Chris Jericho, right? That's what you call it?
Yes. Learning Tree Chris Jericho. Thanks, guys. And there you go.
Yeah, didn't you love it? Wow.
I did love it. Now, it was a good match, a great match, to say the least. but I won. So take that, Jericho. And that I did some things when it comes to what WWE, AEW, TNA, or anything else, any other promotions that didn't do. After Jericho's deal was up for AEW.
Yep.
There you go. So that out of the way. Then we get to the Legacy tournament for Bray Wyatt. Roy Kawada versus CJ the Lone Wolf. And the match itself was decent. And Roy Kawada won. Which is great that he won because he needed that momentum going into WrestleMania. I'm sorry, Day of Reckoning 2, excuse me. We're not there yet.
No, not quite.
We're 2 months away. And because of this, Roy Kawada beat the World Heavyweight Champion CJ the Lone Wolf. Now the World Heavyweight Championship is from WWE. And we all know CJ beat CM Punk for that belt recently. So because you beat the champion, you get a shot at the champion. And no, not one of these eliminator matches that AEW does all the time.
Yeah.
So sometime this week on a Thursday, we work hard getting a shot against CJ Longo for the world title. So we'll see what happens from there. So obviously in this match, I'm very disappointed at CJ for losing this match. Because I was going for the win. But he didn't win. So now he's got the defense title against Roy Kawada on Thursday. And all I can say is he better win. CJ. If he doesn't, and because if he doesn't,
he's a loser.
Here's the thing. If he loses the world title to Roy Kawada, what comes to him, going to the Royal Rumble, he's going to be entering at number 1.
Wow.
There you go. That's your SmackDown there. What comes to this? So you better win.
Why be so harsh on him?
I got my reasons.
Got my reasons.
But that will come in due time. What comes to my promo. But moving on. Robin Garcia versus Xavier King. So match up was good. We have a referee bump, by the way.
Yeah. Which Rob probably hated.
Oh man. I actually liked it. I was wondering where they were going with this. So a referee bump happened, and at just when Robin Garcia got the remote the turnbuckle pad while the referee was down, and I was assuming he's it's going to play into something right here, right? Nope, didn't play into anything at all. I thought it would, for either side, but it didn't do that either way. And then I thought it was going to play into something else with the referee being knocked down. Because Xavier King goes for his finishing move, I believe it was, or he did something else. I can't remember. And he took out, Robin Garcia, and then he goes to the outside. I was thinking to myself, oh, he's going to get a weapon because the referee still down. Nope, he just went outside and then got back in there. It's just
the 2K not taking the video game not taking advantage of the situation, basically.
No. It's not, and that's why AI.
And they're both supposed to be healed, so it would have made sense for both year ones to do that, basically, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's why AI fucking sucks. AI is great, right?
Yeah.
So he gets back in the ring. He starts putting a little more damage to him, and then he pins him because referee will come at this point, and he won. So Xavier King won the entire tournament for the PWTF league side of the Royal Legacy tournament. So that means he's getting a shot against me at the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, aren't you happy?
I actually am. Xavier King versus Next Born Thriller, first time ever. Besides, Mr. Revenge, from how long that was. But But yeah, I'm sorry for this. Zeus King has earned it. He deserved it. You know,
You're
he
gonna make a diss saying that I deserve more to CJ. Wow.
deserves more than CJ Dawn Wolf. There you go.
Wow.
Because he obviously CJ didn't win, so take that.
He didn't win.
All right.
You're gonna say yeah, you can go cry about it on promo.
Yes. Or Cry Me a River.
Cry me river.
But anyways, main event time. It was for Austin Rice, United States Championship in this open challenge. And the challenge was accepted by Damian Hernandez.
No midget. Wow.
Yes. And also the versus Goliath type of match style it was. And also, an underdog story here for you know Damian Hernandez, because that's I check. I don't think he's ever won any main championship belts. Since coming to AEW.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I recall.
Not any major ones, yeah.
So yeah, this could have been something for him. And the match itself was great. Great main event. Austin Rebel was taken to the limit. Now get to what else happened on PWTF Day of Reckoning. Which probably got some. I also got something about that too, though. When you get to it, but
why did you like it? Wow.
There was something that didn't make any sense. I'll get to it. But I'll get to it. God dang it! No, I'm not talking. Where's my gum? So yeah, the match was great. So coming out of this, Austin had to win the match because he's got to do another open challenge on Day of Reckoning 2. And this was a special treat that he wanted to give us. And on top of that, because Natural World he could have been in the main event spot, but he's had to get so much chance on the main event spot, which is why he did what he did, and why he wanted that to be number 2 on the card, to prove to Chris Jericho that being match number 2 on the card is not a bad thing. It ain't a bad place to be. And we proved it. So,
yeah, he did.
Yeah. And this match was great too. And in the end, it was Austin Wright pretending. Now, obviously, it took him 2 Claymores to win because the first one didn't do it, but the second one did. Yeah, so that was this. Yeah, they took each other to the limit here in this match, and it delivered.
Mm-hmm.
And that was basically the end of that show. But all of a sudden, before the show ended, this happened.
Chalking up the
told you that I'm leaving. Whoa.
So, y'all wonder who the deuce is, huh? Well, I'm not gonna tell you yet.
What?
Who is it?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you yet because it's not time yet.
Well, what's it mean?
I mean, all I'll say is that the tag team division, it's gonna be hot for PWTF.
Oh, great! Another. Oh, great! Johnny Tables and the Outlaw are gonna come back as a tag team. Sweet.
Oh yeah, sure. Every one day they were black, but they're not.
Oh. Oh Jesus.
Yes. Yeah. So fortunately, it's not those two. So they didn't get repackaged. They didn't go to any surgery to get their skins bleached or whatever, or tan, whatever. No, they're done. But Never drew it down, by the way. But anyways, so yeah, so that was it for that one. For New Year Rampage and upcoming for AWF, which I can't wait for that show. New Year Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a lot of fun to see how that show goes.
And he was going to go on to the Royal Rumble and face Demon Air for the World Heavyweight Champion, for the World Championship.
Hell yeah! All right. So then we get to PWTF Day of Reckoning 2 in Newark, New Jersey. And we first start with the pre-show. Oh wow! Well, let me start with the pre-show first.
Oh wait, you know the way Punk got booed out of the building on Raw. Yeah, I think if you booked me on that show, that's how I would have been booed out of the building.
Oh wow! All right. So the pre-show featured. Which this is my fault, by the way. Because it ends up being a 5-way match. I meant to put this 6-way match, but I forgot the other participant, which is my fault.
Who was the other? Who was supposed to be the other one?
It was Priya was supposed to be in it as well.
Who?
Basically, my Priya. Basically.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Priya. Basically, it was my idea of this match was supposed to be 3 women that have never been women's champion and 3 other women that were women's champions to battle each other to see who's going to become next in line for the women's championship against Yuri Koala, which is going to lead to the Royal Rumble.
Yep.
And yeah, spoiler, Yuri Koala did win. I'll get to it later. But the match was Valerie versus Kristen King versus Samantha Evans versus Alexia Quinn versus who you could say your girl is bouncy Bianca Holmes.
Your girl.
And why do I say that? Yeah, and why do I say that? Because she did one of Javon Evans' moves. Bouncing off the ropes and the way he does it. And so I saw that. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, it was just her. I could also someone else do it as well. I think it was Alexia Quinn. I can't remember if it was her or not, but I saw her doing that too. Like, what the hell? Like, okay, so can everyone do that? I guess. I thought Bianca Holmes was the only one to do this in the because she's so athletic.
Yep.
But yeah, but the match itself was tremendous. And in the end, it was basically a whole twin for was Valerie to win here, and she could have won.
I mean, then again, she didn't win, but technically she didn't really lose if you really think about it.
No. Then again, clearly anyone could have gone wins here. You could have gone wrong with either of these women here to win here. Yep. But in the end, it was Kristen King getting a win over on Samantha Evans by making her tap out to the the bank statement.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Kristen King will get her opportunity once again. But will she ever win it? Is she gonna win it this time? Because she's always seen some matches where she puts on very good matches. It's kind of with Christian, in WWE, where he puts these great matches in his big these big matches that he's in.
Yep.
And doesn't come close to winning, unfortunately. But we'll see what happens with Kristen King this time around. But nevertheless, now we get to the main show. The opening match was a ladder match for the PWTF World Tag Team Championships. You have the Johnson Brothers versus Knicks at Night, and Knicks at Night were the tag champions. Basically rehashing their rivalries, going to
Robert loves to do that. Rehashes rivalries for no reason.
Yep. Yeah.
Even though they should move on.
Oh, believe me, this is it. They moved on now. That's it.
Yeah, I gotta call you out, Robert. You love to rehash rivalries.
Because I got plans what comes to Knicks at Night here, going into a sound menu.
Really? All right, I want to see this then.
and also, basically it's going to be from both sides a little bit of repackaging.
Oh God.
But yeah, more that later. But the match itself here, this was the better match I've seen, in this game. Besides the Money in the Bank.
Oh, so you said this is one of the best? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this has to be one of the better ones I've seen. Holy shit, they were doing good things in this match here, and it also came to a point where it's going to end already. Oh man, I don't want to end already. It looked like it was going to, but then it took a thing on. Like, holy shit, all right, awesome. And then Simon starts on ladders. I'm like, man, this is great. And then all of a sudden, we got Nick Carter who bled in the match. Then Travis Johnson gets bled in the match as well.
Yep.
And again, the match is still continuing on. And then we get to a spot where Lewis Johnson, he was climbing the ladder. And I like, wait a minute, he's not going for I noticed right there, he's not going for the belt. He's going for a harvest move here onto either, I can't remember, it was to tap Nick, either way. But from high above, goes for the elbow drop, and his opponent was just about to get up, but then he got caught either way. I'm like, holy shit, that was awesome.
Yeah.
And then Travis Johnson climbs the ladder, and he grabbed the belts. And meanwhile, Nick Carter trying to stop it, but obviously Lewis Johnson was there to stop him. And then the belts were retrieved by Travis Johnson, and yes, they have recaptured the World Tag Team Championships.
2-time world champions or world
2 times. That's right. So yeah, they won back the World Tag Team titles that they feel like they should not have lost in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Because they hurt people, and this is the prime example here that they hurt people even with or without MVP.
Yep.
Yes. And during the show, I don't know if you forgot to do it or not, but that's okay, because what was supposed to happen after the match was over, with them celebrating, this happened.
Chunking up the
Told you that I'm leaving. Whoa.
That's right. They got names, and no, it's not. It's not John Cable or the Outlaw changing their names. No.
Oh God.
So you got Ray and Rodney, 2 brothers. Then the Deuces. They're coming, and they're coming to make they're going to make the tag team division hot.
Okay.
Now, my idea for this, going to WrestleMania, is for the Deuces to hopefully, when there's one match they got to win, which that's gonna be something what comes to the next PWTF pay per view. I'm planning on doing. And that's basically their way to try to get the opportunities. But we shall see how that turns out. All right. So then we get to the second match, where it was supposed to be a battle royal, but this worked out even better either way, because this ends up being an 8-man elimination match, which worked out 10 times better. And it's appropriate because of the name itself. This was definitely indeed a match that was, what comes to Day of Reckoning. So, who's in it? You have El Grande Americano, Chad Gable.
Yep.
You have Jim Parker. We're going to say that. more that later. I'll get to it later.
Oh God. Is it good?
It ain't good, obviously, but we'll get
It
to it.
ain't good. Okay. I want to hear this. I really want to hear this.
Yes. Yes. Damian Wolf.
Okay.
Tiger Lee.
All right.
Penta.
Penta.
That's right. L.A. Knight. Yeah. I mean, we had some yes in the match too. We'll get to that later. Damian Hernandez. So impressive that what he did on the match with Austin Wright. He was added to this match to hopefully get an opportunity if he would have won this match, which I'll get to why. What comes to it. And finally, the final participant, Killer Cross.
Yep.
And the winner of this 8-man elimination match would have gotten an opportunity for the United States Championship soon.
Yeah.
So, which I'm pretty sure it'll probably lead to like next month in February.
Mm-hmm.
So, the match itself was incredible. Yeah, weapons involved. You have actually there wasn't. There was no referee box. But this was chaotic though. This was a match I was expecting to see. What came to it. And also it was elimination either way. It didn't matter either way. It was still eliminations. We came to this. So, yeah. First off, when the match started, there was a technical difficulty that happened. By the way, where something popped on the screen.
Oh, was there? Did I forget to edit that out?
Yeah, I think you may have pressed pause for something. I don't remember why, but
Oh yeah, because I actually was controlling El Grande Americano. I'm like, oh well, shit! I didn't realize I was controlling him by accident.
oh wow, I didn't realize that. I like wait, what's going on here? Like what happened here? Like Omega mess up something here? And then okay, whatever. I thought I didn't know what to do about that, but it's continue on. And then at one point, as a bleeding. Yeah. Then we had someone else as a bleeding as well, which was Tiger Lee. And then LA Knight and Tiger Lee were having at it, and then LA Knight gets poison mist. So basically, we got poison mist, but it went away a little. It did went away because the blood also, had pretty much to do with it. I'll get rid of it.
Yep.
And then Jim Parker, pins Damian Hernandez. So Damian Hernandez has been the first eliminated.
And Robert hated it.
Not really. I mean, it sucks that he didn't win. Yeah, but then again, since when he's ever won, I'm just saying.
Since when has he ever won?
It's like expecting CJ winning matches nowadays.
Oh wow. Wow.
But I digress. So, Penta, he pins Jim Parker.
Okay.
More of that later, by the way. More of that later. And remember, he's in this match where he's facing other guys to get a shot for the National Championship. But then we'll get to what happened later on. Oh man. So all of a sudden, LA Knight out of nowhere starts saying, "Yeah," not once but twice in the match. For out of nowhere, just for no reason. Yeah.
Come on, you don't like it? Well,
I don't know why he was doing that. I mean, did it lead to a crowd chanting? Yeah, it didn't. I don't know what was the point of that. But he ends up getting pinned by Tiger Lee for trouble for saying yeah. Anyways, and then Damien Wolf pins Grande Americano. And then Karrion Kross pins Tiger Lee. And then, in a matter of seconds, Damien Wolf pins Penta. And that was just between Damien Wolf and, Killer Kross, I should say. And yes, because he's called Karrion Kross in the game, but still, Killer Kross.
Yep.
And they were at it. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I want Damien Wolf to win here. Not against Kross here, but I want Damien Wolf here to win. It'll be interesting to see Damien Wolf versus whoever comes out as the champion, which we'll get to. We'll get to it. So, and it's happening. So we had Damien Wolf gain the win, and now he is the number one contender coming soon, which is gonna be next month. Whenever that, maybe we'll figure it out. So Damien Wolf takes a shot against the United Championship against Austin. Austin Wright, or maybe the open challenge person that which we'll get to. So,
all right.
But that match was incredible though. It was good. I enjoyed it. Then we get to that's what thinking. Who wants everyone to shut up, stand up, and fight her?
Yep.
But it was her up against Yuri Koala for the Women's Championship, the PWTF Women's World Championship. And they had the match. It was back and forth, but it didn't last long.
Nope.
It was short, but it was Yuri Koala got the win.
Mm-hmm.
I was enjoying the match. I was like, this is good. Yeah, having a good match here, and then ended too soon.
Your Robert's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding me? Come on. It was getting good, and then it ended. But nevertheless, now we get to the United States Open Challenge.
Okay, here we go.
So Austin Wright is doing another Open Challenge here for the National Championship after his successful one from New Year Rampage. And the one who answered the Open Challenge, Jim Parker.
Well, I guess he wanted. I guess he wanted a shot.
Not only that, but he came up with Paul Heyman. I'm like, Paul Heyman, what'd you do?
What'd you do? Come on, you don't like the pairing? Wow.
What did Paul Heyman do? My client, Jim Parker.
Yep. My client, Jim Parker. And my client, Tiger Lee.
Wow, man. Now, there was someone else that I had that had in mind to be in it, and I was not expecting that. But holy shit! I'm like, wow. So what's more for that logic? Comes to what happened earlier in the night where Jim Parker lost, and now here he is, challenging for a championship belt that he was supposed to win, but didn't win, and he has to get it anyways. What the fuck?
He thought it was gonna be Damien Wolf calling his shot early.
I thought it would be him. To be honest with you.
What if it was and he won? What would you say?
I mean, it would be great, because Damien Wolf was great, but but yeah, man. But as far as the match was, even though it was head scratching to me, and like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
The match itself was incredible because Jim Parker.
You're finally gonna give him his flowers. There you go.
I mean, obviously, I always have, but maybe not as much as I should, but Jim Parker, was taking Austin Wright to the limit, And then he literally took him to the limit power. My God, he's kicking his ass. I was worried. Like, oh no, he's gonna lose. Austin Wright's gonna lose because it's now it's gonna look bad with Austin Wright losing because Jim Parker had opportunity to get a shot, to get a title shot for it, and he didn't win, and then he has to get it anyways.
Yep.
So this would have been bad. This would have been bad for Austin Wright if he would have lost, especially Austin Wright was 100% coming to the match, and Jim Parker just came out of a match where he's not 100%.
Yeah, I guess. Yep.
And then you get Paul Heyman involved.
On
being a
apron,
distraction.
which I know that annoyed you. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, being a distraction. Removing the turnbuckle pad. I think at one point Brent brought a weapon.
Yeah. Which I know in the game you don't see any point of because it's not like it's no DQ.
No, there's no point of it. I don't understand. There's no logic behind of doing that.
Well, with the turnbuckle pad, does that at least make a little bit more sense than the?
It does, but it gets annoying when they do it every time.
To the point where that's pretty much the table spot for you in AWF that you hate the most.
You get more of that happening than any table spots happening in the game.
Yeah.
I remember the one time when we were doing the first Sunrise Federation on that first year.
Mm-hmm.
I remember tables were being used constantly,
which that annoyed you.
Yeah, and which I was fine with either way, but and then move forward, we don't get that no more. Because they'll tease using it onto not use it. Even the fantasy spot that happened between Omega and Revenge.
At least in War Games they still used it. So
I mean, War Games, yeah, that's the only way you can do it because they're in the cage. So
yep.
But this match was it took Austin Wright to the limit. Austin Wright unsurprising back either way, and Jim Parker at one point had bled. Austin Wright retained, which is good. We're relief.
Are you glad all over Austin Wright getting?
No, because Jim Parker, he did show off here, but at the same time he didn't win his match, and which is why it would upset me if he would have won.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. On the upside though, are you happy Jim Parker's getting over, or not Jim Parker? Austin Wright.
Austin Wright's getting over though.
Extremely over with the fans.
He is getting over, indeed. Eventually he might become
a full-fledged babyface, pretty much.
That's right. And by the way, he will be entered the Rumble. By the way.
Ooh, what if he wins it?
I think it'd be great if he wins it.
Who's he gonna face? You or Demonator? Well, that's if you guys are even still the world champions by then.
It depends on who's going to still be world champion. But then again,
I think you're leaning toward I would love to see Demonator versus Austin Wright if that does become a match.
Yeah, that'll be something.
You're like, okay, can he be the one to finally conquer the demon?
I guess we'll find out if it ends up happening. All right.
Yep.
Then we get to this next match. It's an underground match, but based on these two rivals going at it, it's the art of underground match.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought when this underground match was going to happen, it's going to be in a different location because obviously the main roster have not done this yet.
Yeah.
And no, I don't count Raw Underground, folks.
Yeah, you do.
I'm talking about what comes to NXT. How NXT does it. I thought at least it happened in PC. But no, it was in the arena of Newark, New Jersey. I'm like, okay, cool, awesome. So it was Roy Quala versus Robin Garcia. One of the rivalries that still continue on. It's going to come to an end at SummerSlam. Once we get to this one final match they're going to do. And who knows what other match they'll do. Little match they'll do. Going into months before we get to WrestleMania. But nevertheless, yeah, because there's bad blood between these two. Obviously, because of Robert Garcia.
Yeah.
But when it came to this match itself, and you see a group of people around surrounding the ring, I'm like watching them, and like
You hate him. You're like, I hate him.
they look like a bunch of trolls.
A bunch of chos.
Bunch of schmucks. Like, what the hell is it? And then there's a, and I love the whole thing with Alicia Taylor, doing the introduction. But I hated the people doing the slamming of the mat, the ring. That whole shit.
Why do you hate it?
Oh man, it's so stupid.
He's so stupid.
But anyways, yeah. So the independent scene was surrounding the ring. By the way, these people will never be part of WrestleMania, or let alone back, or let alone Bash to the Beach. Hell, they. And I'm talking about because wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
But the match happens, and it was a good match. I enjoyed it, and they did the whole thing where one point Robert Garcia fell off the ring because obviously there's no ropes. Yeah, but no, there's no ropes when it comes to this type of match. And what the video game, this one that that NXT has not done with these these people that they have from the ring. They got out of the way.
Yep.
Yeah, you literally had these these AI computer moderators in the game getting out of the way by dodging and all that. They don't stand there and allow them they get beat squashed by anyone in the match.
Nope.
No, they should.
It happened twice in the match. I was surprised they didn't. Because remember they did that on NXT Underground. Because they feel like they use weapons in it because we can't just have these guys just do these type of matches on the ground. We gotta have them. We gotta add weapons in there.
Yeah, come on, you don't like it?
When they first did it with Cameron Dimp and who was the other one? Was it Ador? It was those two, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, when they first did those two, it was good. So, but then afterwards, when they did when they did with the other matches, and they had rely on weapons, and then and do some stupid shit by having them go on top of these people on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's be more ridiculous. It's be more garbage.
You're like, yep, this is complete indie mud show garbage match, pretty much, right?
Pretty much. So, but this whole dark thing they were doing, because even Work Hard was thrown off too, out of the ring, and they got away too. Like, look at that. Even they knew better. They knew better to get out of the way. It's done. It was done twice in that fourth. And then at one point they both did bled jobs. So yeah, this was a match I was looking forward to.
Especially Ward Ferrata. Like, holy shit.
Oh yeah, Ward Ferrata he was a bloody mess. But they were beating each other up with finishers on the outside, and I think so. Okay, Ward Ferrata lost. But no, he still held his own. But he was at one point in danger, and then Ward Ferrata fights back on Robert Garcia, to a point where he gave him the final blow, the Kinshasa, and got the win.
And you were like, yeah.
I actually wanted to win because he needs that momentum going into Thursday against CJ for the world title.
Yep.
So I'm glad he won. And I also want him to win either way because he's already lost to Robert Garcia twice.
And he finally got his win.
And he's finally got a win. but it ain't over until we get to WrestleMania.
Oh God.
That'll be the blow off match. This match could be either on night 1 or night 2. Either way, yeah, one of those nights, it's gonna be the final blow off match. No matter
So wow,
who
now
wins.
you're fully taking advantage of the Asylum being 2 nights, aren't you?
Hell yeah.
Just remember, it's not going to be just
right.
littered with PWTF matches.
Yep. You're damn right. My God.
Wow.
All right. Now, the moment you all been waiting for, the main event.
Yep.
And this was done very well, by the way. So, Natural
Yeah,
Born
John
Killer
Cena's
comes out.
retirement match in AWF World, pretty much.
Yep, that's right. Natural Born Killer, who's the PWTF World Champion, came out first.
Yep.
And already, I got points out, by the way. I should have points out also on Rampage, because it happened on Rampage. New Rampage. What the fuck is Natural Born Killer doing wearing assless chaps?
Assless what?
What the fuck is Natural Born Killer doing wearing assless chaps?
You talking about the outfit?
I don't mind the vest, obviously, because I thought it was
pants?
cool with the vest, but the pants, like,
It's Shawn Michaels.
why am I wearing? I mean, yeah, I know, I could tell, obviously, but yeah, but again, I didn't mind the vest, but the pants.
Well, come on.
What?
What's wrong with the pants?
What kind of guy you think I am wearing assless chaps?
Wow.
Not saying wearing assless chaps is a bad thing, but it's never been. But I'll if you ask me if I would wear assless chaps, no.
Okay.
I'll just wear I'll just wear jeans, with some cowboy boots and a cowboy shirt. Basically, a normal cowboy, would do. Not like another of Shawn Michaels or Hangman or whoever else have you.
Yeah. All right. And also, you forgot to mention, but what about your new T-shirt?
Oh yeah, the T-shirt was nice last year because it said, but.
Yep. On awfshop.com.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, just want it that way. But either way, but I thought the best was cool though. Because I went from Natural Born Thriller, based on how the outfit I was wearing, I went from Natural Born Thriller to Natural Born Again Christian.
Natural Born Again Christian. Well, I mean, are you Christian? I was kidding. You don't need to say that. Yeah.
Oh man. I'll consider myself a Christian, but doesn't make me a bad person.
Oh, you don't consider yourself a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
well,
nevertheless.
More Catholic though. Really?
Yeah, I'm more Catholic. Yeah, I'm more Catholic. But nevertheless, so Natural Born Thriller. Who was he gonna get? When it comes to John Cena, was he gonna get the phony heel Cena, who gives us absolutely nothing, or were we gonna get the phony real Cena about hustle, loyalty, and respect?
Yep.
So we got our answer. And the answer was, we got the phony, real John Cena.
Robert loved it.
And not only I loved it, but the crowd loved it. The crowds were eating this up.
Yep.
So yes, John Cena, who never gives up, because he had never give up towel, the way he did it. And they talking to Stu like time to go work, Stu.
Yeah, did you love it?
And by the way, the run that he does in the game is worse than his real run.
It's worse than the one in real life.
Oh my God, it's terrible. Oh my God, man. But yeah, but we got John Cena, the baby face, that I got. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure everyone else that got the heel Cena is jealous of this now. That I got the babyface Cena.
So did you smile like Cody Rhodes there at SummerSlam when he got the babyface Cena?
Oh yeah, I definitely smile. I definitely did smile because this was Cena who I wanted.
Yep.
So yes, we got this. We did get this Cena. Babyface Cena was in full force. So the match happens, and it was a good match. We did a very good match here.
He gave you the 5-knuckle shuffle.
He gave me he gave me the 5-knuckle shuffle, and he tried to give me the STF.
Yeah.
Yes, but obviously that was a failed attempt because I kicked him off of me, and not only I took him off of me. He does what he usually does when when someone attempts to to kick him off from him when he tried to do the STF. He takes an ass bump. He took a fucking ass bump.
Yep. Well, come
Holy
on,
shit,
though, wasn't it?
I mean, it was. But we were having at it and all, and I never used my finishing move at all. I mean, I probably may have. I can't remember if I tried.
Well, the
to do one
signature
at one
move.
point.
I think you tried to the Sweet Dreams music or whatever you call it.
I remember doing the bitter end. I remember doing the brutalizer. I don't remember if I even tried to do the single for the for it. I can't.
Your
recall,
submission
but-
move that you do, right?
Yeah, but yeah, and I'm pretty sure Cena tried to do his one finisher, but then again, he never tried to do the AE on me. But the other finisher he did try to do was the STF, which I did counter out of it. And it was at this point, all three finish meters were up, and I could see where this was going.
The lightning.
So yes, the lightning of it, and I could see where it was going because the next one thriller was bending down, ready for Cena to get back up, and I saying to myself, okay, he's not tuning the band. This is when you usually does tune the band, but that wasn't the case. He went for something else. He went for what I call the Thriller Instant.
Yes, super finisher, pretty much, right?
Basically the super finisher, and then he hits it, and
That
Cena
no one
was
has
knocked
ever
out.
kicked out of, by the way. No one has ever kicked out of that finisher move.
Nope. And remember after Demeter, he felt the effects of that, but he has to get back in the ring, only to give him a neck breaker because it still affected him from the outside, and I beat him. That was back in Super Series.
Mm-hmm.
And with Cena here, obviously, I'll think myself, is he going to be Super Cena here? Is he going to kick out? Because babyface Cena is back now. Is he going to be Super Cena? Nope. He lost.
It's okay to give up.
It's okay to give up. So yes, Metro Border retains, and still the PWTF World Champion going to Red Bull to face Xavier's King.
Yep.
Now, that being said, the match was good. It was indeed good between me and Cena, and because of that, just want to say thank you, Cena, for giving me the real Cena that I wanted to face. So, and I can see why people call you the greatest of all time, because you give me what you want. Well, you give me what I wanted. Instead of
you get nothing.
Instead of being like that, like you get nothing, you actually give me something. So, thank you, Cena.
And that was his final match ever in AWF.
Holy shit.
So you technically retired Cena.
Yep. So take that, Jay Bird.
Take that, Jay Bird.
And take that, CJ.
Take that, CJ.
So yeah. And then after the show's over, for next time we come back to PWTF Day of Reckoning, it'll be Day of Reckoning 3.
And by the way,
There's a
after
catch.
you won the match, you kissed the ring.
Oh yeah,
You love
I did as well.
wrestling. That's why.
Because I love pro wrestling. I wonder, is that the crew roasting? After you won? was that Cody Rhodes your victory?
I believe so.
Because
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes also is known to kiss the mat as well. All right. But yeah, I did kiss the mat and all that. And yeah, I was celebrating with the belt and everything. It was emotional, and also my face was a little bruised up because of Cena. But that's nature of the business.
Yep.
But yeah, but yeah, like I said, next time PWTF comes back, doing a Day of Reckoning show. It'll be Day of Reckoning 3. That'll be in 2027. Because not one, not two, but 3 different locations, basically like WrestleMania 2 and Raw 25.
Oh boy. Is it 2 different
One
locations?
difference, 3 different locations.
3. Okay.
The only difference is it's gonna be way better than what what Raw 25 and Raw WrestleMania 2 did.
And I have to ask you, Rob, are you at least gonna be in the main, or at least gonna be in Brooklyn, right? Your hometown.
I will.
So,
But that it depends if I'm still in part of the brand.
the hometown hero, right?
Well, we shall see.
Would you at least pick JKP to be in his hometown?
It depends if he's if he gets drafted back to.
Yeah. But anyways, what's the 3 locations then?
But the 3 locations will be Brooklyn, New York, Chicago, Illinois,
Well, you gotta
and
have
Los
CM Punk
Angeles.
there.
Yeah, exactly. If he's still with we'll see.
Yep.
And Los Angeles, California.
Oh, you need to have AA Omega on there. That's his home state.
Also, yeah, it depends. Also,
Or Nathan Matthews, but then again, people maybe his hometown, his own hometown takes him anyways. Oh,
fuck him. No one cares.
No one cares.
But yeah, there you go. So yeah, folks, that was the PWTF. What comes to Rampage and Day of Reckoning, and now we got looking forward to for Omega is New Year's Revolution.
And then after that, it will be the Royal Rumble.
Sweet.
Yeah, awesome. The men's in
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, I bet you want to see Cameo though.
Who?
I said I know you want to see Cameo appearance for certain people.
Oh yeah, yes.
The Outlaw. Oh gosh.
Oh God, no. The Outlaw. All right. So, all of a sudden, we gotta bring up some what comes to AEW.
Mm-hmm.
So AEW did their other show, Maximus Carnage, excuse me, for Dynamite and for Collision. So Darby Allin defeated Pac. The match was alright. I didn't like the spot that Darby Allin did. Which what else is new with Darby Allin? Yeah, which what else is new? What comes to it? It's a good example of why when we go say what he said, and then they still continue doing this shit. It's like he says one thing when it comes to these guys, doing a spot like that, say that it doesn't hurt, but but believe me, it will hurt later on, and they still refuse to listen, and Tony Khan still ain't doing shit to stop it. But then again, this is the same Tony Khan who was on this podcast by some guy named Mark, whatever, right? Maybe there's a reason why if Jeff was right about Tony Khan's that he's a fucking mark by being in podcasts like that.
Yeah.
Basically,
Is that what Cornette says
Basically-
about Jim Cornette? Or is that what Jim Cornette said about Tony Khan? That he's a mark? Or was
I mean,
it CM
obviously,
Punk?
yeah.
Or was it CM Punk that said that?
Then again, who hasn't called Tony Khan Mark? But
Do you think he's a mark?
yes, he is. It's very telling that he is a mark. Even when you heard reports of him chanting CM Punk, when he finally brought in CM Punk, to AEW, he was chanting for CM Punk, when on that night, on Rampage.
So, wow.
He's a mark.
Aren't you? Wow.
Sometimes, I mean, we're all marks and everything's a work at the end of the day, but no one's takes full blown of being a mark than Tony Khan does. Then again, you have other fans that also takes it a little bit as well of being marks.
Oh, aren't you a mark? Oh, God.
I mean, when it comes to burying guys, in the AWF or PWTF in that matter, why not? Isn't that
Wow.
right, Jordan?
Ain't that right, Jordan? Wow.
Remember who won that feud during that Yes Championship run?
Wow.
But anyways, I'm just playing. But anyways, I remember Tony Khan talk about something on there. What I heard about it basically, but what I heard Tony Khan was talking about on there was that he has a track record of wrestlers not getting hurt to a point where their career comes to an end. Adam Cole, Chuck Taylor.
What
I mean,
Adam Cole
am I forgetting anyone else? I'm just saying Tony Khan saying this on this podcast that because he was replying to Rico's comments about wrestlers, wrestling for AEW has not have a career ending injury, when it came to the shows.
I'm pretty sure
that's why-
everything else will say otherwise.
And I brought up Adam Cole and Chuck Taylor for a good reason, and Keith Lee as well.
Yeah.
So basically the point is Tony Khan don't give a shit, and he knows Darby Allin because he continues to do this shit.
Yeah.
All I can say is, what comes to what the one guy we want to talk about, thank God he left. Not saying he would have been on that level because of doing stuff like that, but still, because obviously he doesn't need to do that spot to get over. Look, you see the size of him. You could see he could get over. All right, while doing any of that. But Pac lost to Darby Allin because Darby Allin's way to get his win against all the Death Riders. Only thing that he didn't get a win over is Marisha Fierce. So we'll get for that match to happen next.
Oh, God.
Alan Page defeats Brian Keith because they're doing the whole thing of Brian Keith was hired by Samoa Joe, the Bounty Hunter, and the match was not anything good. They had no chemistry. But
And by the way,
Alan
that's the
Page won.
story I think we should do with the Bounty Hunters in AWF. Make them actually get hired by the heels to beat up the bay faces.
Oh yeah,
Live up to their names.
oh yeah, definitely.
But I heard he got hired by somebody, and they're gonna take out certain specific somebody. You'll see.
Oh boy.
Yep.
I cannot wait now.
Yeah.
Please let me CJ. But,
Please let me see, CJ. Wow.
but anyways, Billy King beat John Cruz in a standby match that lasted 37 seconds. Moving on. All right, everyone wondering who John Cruz? He's basically, yeah. If you wonder who John Cruz is, he's basically, MJF's
that,
other
the
attorney.
manager guy that was with MJF.
Yeah.
So he's his translator. That pretty much what it was.
Yeah, he's a translator. Because he's
So he's pretty much like Ricardo Rodriguez, I guess. Or Satnam Singh with Great Khali.
pretty much. And the reason
Roger
is because
that was Roger Singh, right?
yeah, Roger. Was it?
I don't remember what the guy's name is, but I know I remember he was the manager for Great Khali, also the personal translator as well. So
yeah, I think it was Rogerson. Yeah, Rogerson. Yeah, like.
Okay.
But yeah. So we had a normal contender match to get an opportunity for the AEW World Championships, and it featured Mark Davis and Jake Doyle.
Mm-hmm.
They went up against the Kings of Agony. They went up against Just Speed, and they went up against the Young Bucks, who's supposed to be out of action because of nagging injuries. I guess unless they were lying about it.
How mad would you have been if they won the match?
I'm glad they did it, but I definitely would have been pissed because they were teasing, by the way, which I forgot to mention, after Andrade made re-debut return, whatever have you, because they want to do it again because the whole thing. Yeah, they had after the whole beatdown on the the Young Bucks and Just Speed and whoever else they had the Don Callis family beat up on. FTR comes out with Stokely Hathaway. They stand there, they're looking on, and they walk away.
Oh God!
Because this is the cliffhanger here. Because they look at the teams here that they could be facing the tag titles. And the match, I didn't really pick this match much because first off, the Young Bucks, sick and tired of seeing them.
I know you got mad of seeing this when he returned, or quote unquote returned with Jack Perry.
Mm-hmm.
And in the words of Jim Cornette, he's pretty much like, "Oh, great, the Lollipop Guild's back." That's pretty much what he said. That's what we used to call him with three of them together, the Lollipop Guild.
Yeah. So, but in this match, you have Bryan Danielson, sock face, whatever. Don Callis.
Oh,
Don Callis.
Yeah, fuck him too.
And on commentary.
And definitely fuck him too.
Especially fuck him because did you hear him on commentary?
He's horrible.
Not only was horrible.
I hate Don Callis, but at least he's to a certain degree he's kind of bearable more so than Ricochet.
Yeah, and Don Callis actually had something to say, and he was loud and clear with it. Ricochet, those most of the times he was whispering. Like, what are you whispering for? We can't even hear. Not want to hear him anyways. But what the fuck are you whispering for? Like, what are you whispering about? Like, I was like, why is he on commentary? First of all, because first of all, talking is not a strong strength, by the way.
Well, Jordan will say otherwise. Oh God.
Oh God.
Well, I was gonna say, well, Jordan's brainwashed. Wow.
Well, more power to you if you think Ricochet is a good talker, which I that never came across to me at all. He ain't no John Cena. He ain't no Rock. He's not even no Triple H.
No.
As much as I hate Triple H's promos, Triple H can speak, and people are going to listen to, no matter how boring it is. At least he'll try to put some passion into it. There is no passion behind Ricochet.
And also, there's been good Triple H promos too. So
yeah, obviously, they have been.
Especially his return promo in 2002. So.
Mm-hmm. Ricochet sucks. This other what? Flipping around, flying around, flying out the ring onto his feet on the floor like he's a cat. Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck?
That's not going to draw you a dime.
Yeah, well,
How's it feel? How's it feel, Ricochet, that Jeff Jarrett drew more dime than you ever did?
wow.
You're talking about how my grand talks about Jeff Jarrett hit people with guitars 1,000 times, never drew a dime. Ricochet flipped so many times in pro wrestling, he never drew a dime.
Yeah.
And they got Jack Perry here, jungle bitch. Coming out to Tarzan Boy by Baltimore. Never drew a dime. But anyways, fuck Ricochet. Of all belts you put on him to make it mean less, you put on him. And what you think that but Jack, and you think actually I'll get to Jack Perry later, but Mark Davis and Jake Doyle, they won, which is good. But at the same time, they ain't winning.
Yeah,
they're attacking now. Which is good for Mark Davis.
And it's funny, Cornette calls Mark Davis fat ass Davis.
which I don't see how he's fat. it's like I don't know, Russell Reed fat, but
at least he looks believable.
But he looks believable. But
it's not like JD Drake where he's just a fat guy.
Yeah, like that, for example. I don't get why of all people he so say that about Mark Davis.
Fat ass Davis. I think he had a problem because him and Jake Doyle just looked exactly the same. I think that's what he had a problem with.
I mean, yeah, people were saying that too, by the way. They look exactly the same. When the same tank top.
The only difference is one's kind of, I guess you could say, fat or chubby, and the other one's obviously ripped. So.
Yeah, they got a beard. They almost got the same haircut, almost.
Dude, even Brian Cage at one point looked exactly the same as those two.
Pretty much.
God, imagine he comes back and all three look the same.
Yeah.
Hey, might as well make him a trio. Why not?
Probably. But yeah, so they won, and after
it would be great, and then they're bringing Gallus, who looks exactly the same as all those guys.
Oh God!
Yeah, would that be?
Don't bring him. Please don't bring in Joe Coffey.
Oh God!
You could do better. You could do way better. You might as well bring in Evil at this point. Then.
No, you might as well bring in Evil. Oh, okay, come on, I want to go that far.
I mean, obviously Joe Coffey's a better wrestler than Evil, but I don't get the appeal of Joe Coffey. They try.
Doesn't like Evil, right? Apparently.
No, he doesn't. He does like how he wrestles. So I can understand that.
Not thinking about. I wonder if Tony Khan ripped off the whole Death Riders thing from the House of Torture. I wonder if that's where he ripped it from.
At least it's not that bad because House of Torture, it's just awful.
Though I still think you probably don't ever want them to ever have a match against each other because it would be terrible.
Yeah, exactly. But nevertheless, like I said, they won, and then FTR came out and they started fighting, and that was it. It was a fake fight, by the way. It was terrible, a terrible fight they did.
Well, FTR and those two guys.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. It's weird if they're both heels. Aren't they supposed to be both heel teams?
Yeah, they're heels. That's nothing. If you want FTR to face the baby face, I would want to just beat. But instead, they had some outplay with them. We'll get to that later. And then we because I don't want the Young Fox, obviously, because how many times have we seen that already?
Yeah.
But the Triangle of Madness went against the Basement Wrath and Chris Canada. Other than Eye Candy, the match didn't really not into me. But
other than the only thing I can say is I absolutely love the Triangle of Madness. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. But Tekla won. She beat Chris Canada. That means she could get a shot at the title now. Because when you beat the champion, you get a shot at the title. So.
I'll tell you one
And-
thing, man.
and then-
Sakura looks damn good.
Yes, she does, indeed. Is she gonna win? No, of course not.
No, though I wouldn't mind if she won. To be honest,
I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. They could actually use her a lot more than rare occasions, and other than wasting her on Collision. But then we get the main event: MJF defending against Bandito, where again it was supposed to be for the AEW Championship and for the Diamond ring that Bandito won. But they decided to not mention that because it was all about the world title.
so wow.
I like, so you've been doing these weeks of build up where who's gonna win the Battle Royal to see who's gonna fight for the right to for the Diamond ring, and once you win the ring you get to face the world champion. On to get to this point where now it's not about the ring now, it's about the world title. And the match was fine.
Well, Bandito
And
MJF.
yeah, it was actually one of the better matches on the show, but all I can say, yeah, it was fine. But MJF won.
Oh, come
Of
on.
course he
According to
did.
Dave Meltzer, it was the greatest match ever in TV history.
Did he really say that?
No, but he made it sound like it was the greatest match ever in the history of TV. Of wrestling TV.
Wow. Okay, Dave. Unless it got to level
the same Dave Meltzer
Omega.
who has a man crush on Mascara Dorito.
Okay. Which part?
Did you hear about that? Where he tried to claim that Mascara Dorada at his young age is already one of the greatest luchadors of all time. I'm like, oh, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, he's good. But
He's good, but
great?
would you say he's one of the greatest of all time?
I wouldn't say that. He wasn't even great in WWE.
trying to put him up there with like Rey Mysterio, El Santo,
No.
Penta. You're like, no.
He wasn't even great in WWE when he was the king of the
Well,
ropes.
apparently it's a different guy. Apparently it's a different guy who's portraying Mascara Dorada.
What?
Yeah,
It's not the
different
same
dude.
guy.
Yeah, it's a different guy.
Damn.
He just took the
Could've told
name.
me.
So I don't know whatever happened to Grand Metal League then.
Probably retired, I guess, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. I kind of miss him though because I actually thought he was really good.
Yeah, I thought, and I sure realized too, because he wasn't really wrestling the same way, and he's not really doing the moves that he used to do in WWE.
Yeah, which honestly you think probably were better the moves, right?
Yeah, it was.
But yeah, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think of Mascara Dorito? I guess what I'm gonna call him now.
I mean, he's all right.
Are you gonna have a man crush on him like Dave Meltzer has?
But yeah, I'm not going on that level of of saying, oh yeah, this guy's great. I love him.
Oh, I love him. I'm like, yeah, I could tell you love him.
Yeah, I can tell you love him, man. Uncle Dave.
Yeah, you remember when back in the day when Dave Meltzer used to have the hard man crush on Kenny Omega?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or Will Ospreay a couple years back.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
So like I said, MJF retained. Now what's next for MJF? I guess it's gonna be really King, because Really King came out to the aid of Bandito because MJF's gonna remove his mask, whatever, right? And then it happened. And they're trying to tease them when it comes to Really King and Bandito. And like if they turn Really King heel on Bandito, that's gonna be the stupidest thing that could have ever done.
Yeah.
Because people love the team of Bandito of Brodito.
Yeah, a team that actually got naturally over.
Yeah. So that was supposed to get over, but it got over, and Tony Khan capitalized on it.
I guess you get finally something you could say he did right.
Yeah. But that was the show. Dynamite. Maximus Carnage. They did the main Maximus Carnage because holy shit, this show was also a chore to get through. But I'm pretty sure someone can say, "Oh, well, it was a great show. What are you talking about, man? I thought it was a great show." Yeah, sure.
Oh, well. Well, I mean, you always said in the past we know somebody that we both know somebody that claims that every AEW pay-per-view is the most greatest, most revolutionary thing ever.
Yeah, but that's not here or there. All right, quick matches to go through. Jack Perry defeated Anthony Bowens to get his shot against Ricochet. Who cares?
Oh, God. Absolutely ridiculous. Anthony Bowens, if I was up to me, I had Anthony Bowens squash Jack Perry.
I would have him win too, but based on
Honestly,
they was
it would be a squash. It would be a squash match because, like, come on now.
Yes, it would be.
You know what, Robert? When's the last time you ever seen someone like Nunzio beating up Bobby Lashley in like 2006? Exactly, never.
Exactly. It will never happen. I still baffled they had Enzo beat Neville, Pac.
Oh yeah,
And
you
No
probably
Mercy.
thought that was ridiculous, right?
It was. It sure was. And
I
I see
think,
why
I
he
think
left.
this is worse. I think this is worse though.
I mean, yeah, obviously. But holy shit, man. Enzo can fight.
Yeah.
He's been in the street. He's been in the streets, and he
Well,
has something to fight.
I mean, Enzo literally challenged Joey Janela to fight, and Joey Janela was like, I don't want to fight.
Yeah, like a little bitch. He I mean, did you see that fight stance of him?
Yeah.
Or Janela,
Did you ever
he's
hear
never been in a fight.
on Twitter that a while back where Joey Janela literally said, "Oh, I bet Mike Bailey can kick Bobby Lashley's ass." I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but no.
I mean, Mike Bailey, he can handle stuff in a fight, but Lashley, remember, Lashley's
an MMA fighter.
yeah. Remember, Lashley's an MMA fighter, so obviously, Mike Bailey would have a fighting chance, but he ain't gonna win the fight.
Yeah, I know for someone who for sure could whoop, both men could whoop their ass, and that's yours.
Yeah, even Santana Marella with a bad neck and kick your ass.
Exactly.
Fuck out of here, Joey Janela. It's no why you never drew a dime either. Every time you were on AEW television,
Or
you never drew a
another
dime.
tweet where someone was saying, "Oh, Eddie Kingston, he's such a badass. He can kick everyone in the AEW's locker room's ass." I'm like, no.
No, he won't.
I'm sorry.
I
When
mean,
it comes to Mike Bailey, Bobby Lashley, or Shelton Benjamin, no, he ain't kicking their asses in a fight.
No,
I'm sorry. No, he ain't.
no, he won't.
Or even
I love
MVP,
Eddie Kingston.
even MVP, I don't think he could probably whoop his ass in a fight.
Yeah, I love Eddie Kingston, but no. Yeah. We see how he
he's
is.
a badass, but it doesn't automatically mean he's the toughest guy in their locker room or the strongest.
Yeah. He ain't Minoru Suzuki.
No.
Oh man. But anyways, but we're gonna go from Ricochet to Jack Perry eventually as the national champion. And like, how's it doing anything for the championship?
Well, Tal's dead. There you go. That's all I gotta say. Tal's dead.
I thought it was already dead when they had Ricochet win the belt, but then Jack Perry could win it now. Like,
That's even worse.
it's even worse. But
that doesn't help anybody.
No, it doesn't. And then we have people before who is returning from injury. Team up with Megan Bain, defeating Viva Van and Daniela Kamala.
Sweet.
I mean, Kamala. Excuse me, Kamala. I meant to say Kamala.
Oh.
Which, by the way, she used to be in WWE, by the way, in NXT. As Vanessa Bourne. By the way, she looks incredible now.
Never mind. Now I remember.
She looks incredible now, by the way. And as far as first to wrestling, yeah, she still wrestles from here and there. I thought she could have got over in WWE, as a heel. Was she a great wrestler? No. I thought she was decent. I thought she was better than Aaliyah. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
But and definitely better than Akbar Elegance.
Well, I mean, who isn't at this point?
But then again, who isn't? But she was there. Maybe she plays plays her card right. She gets signed by AEW. She's not selfish. She's not selfish.
I was gonna say, I believe she's definitely way more professional than the two women who decided to play "Doesn't Work for Me" sisters.
Yes, exactly. That was the point I was going to bring up too. Oh man, but play for her. I'm glad she's back. She had a shoulder injury. Which, by the way, another one with a shoulder injury, as well, and not but not back. So, El Clon, Kyle Fletcher, Josh Alexander, they won against
Oh wow,
Skyfight.
he actually wrestled for once.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he also wrestled against Angelico, which I think was 2 weeks ago. I think it was. I didn't see the match. I just heard that he was in the match and he won. And yes, if it was wondering, yes, Angelico's still there in the AEW.
I have not heard that name in like I don't know how many years.
Meter. And guess what? He was there again, and this time he lost to Andrade. Yo.
Yep.
Oh man. But also, speaking of Eddie Kingston, we talked about Eddie Kingston and Ortiz, they beat the Grizzly Young Vets.
Wow.
Boy, the Grizzly Young Vets, yeah, they had a buzz when they left WWE, and then as soon as they got the AEW, dead.
Yeah. And they're signed, right?
Yeah, and the sign. Yeah, they're mostly Ring of Honor.
We have never seen them ever on main AEW television, like on Dynamite.
Yeah,
almost
exactly.
have never seen them ever, basically, other than like a couple times.
They were better off in TNA. At least in TNA, they were being presented.
Yeah. But I guess anything's better than the dyad, I guess. Remember that terrible gimmick? But being a part of Joe Gacy's group, the dyad. But yeah. Oh, he's gone.
Internet went out, so I don't know. If it was doing like a quick update, whatever. I don't know. It just went out of nowhere, and here I am. But we continue on with the rest of the show. As far as doing another BTA show, I'm thinking about doing another one later on tonight as well. But let me get through all the rest of this. I still got a lot to go to when it comes to everything that we're going to talk about. But like I said, Maria Shafir, she defeated Zeta Steel. I don't know how the match went, or how long it went. I saw clips of it on YouTube, and it's all right. The match itself there. Now, Zeta Steel was going to lose to Maria Shafir because obviously, Zeta Steel was not going to beat Maria Shafir. But nevertheless, Moxley and Don Fowles on commentary. Don Fowles is leading commentary. Moxley is leading commentary as well. All of a sudden, Moxley gets attacked by the rest of the Dark Fabulous family, and the Death Riders come out for the save. So our prophecies came true here. They was gonna do, of what we thought they was gonna do. They're gonna do, the Death Riders versus the Don Fabulous family. The Death Riders versus the Don Fabulous family. That's what they're gonna do. Where it's gonna lead to? It's probably gonna lead to all the way up to Double or Nothing when they do Anarchy in the Arena, which I'm pretty sure that's what they're gonna do. All they need to do is add a woman involved of the Don Fabulous family. So, which is why I'm glad. Thank God they had their deal to be part of the Don Fabulous family, because almost everyone that gets that comes to AEW, they're gonna be part of the Don Fabulous family. So let me talk about the Rascals. The Rascals has showed up to AEW Collision, being interviewed by Lexinair, where Lexinair knocked on the door. The Rascals answer by coming out, and smoke comes out of the locker room, because obviously they were smoking the weed, because that's their thing. That's what the Rascals do. They have their own, their blunt or their bong, however they do things when it comes to getting high, and that was the thing of it. Now, it's very important to talk about this because you only have Zachary Wentz, Desmond Xavier, and Myron Reed, because for a reason there was no Trey Miguel. And I'll think myself, how come Trey Miguel wasn't there? He had obligations for other promotions that he attended to, that he couldn't be in, two places at once. Was there like a family emergency, whatever? Is there something that we don't know of why he didn't show up there? Because all there was is 3 members of the Rascals. Because usually what comes through that, all we ever see was 3 members of the Rascals in pro wrestling that's featured on TV. Or you could say, we came to 2, because in the case of Zachary Wentz and Desmond Xavier, when they went to WWE, when he, under new names, when it comes to Nash Carter and Wes Lee, and they were MSK. But Trey Miguel stuck around in TNA, and he got a singles push, and they gave him a lot more of being a singles wrestler, a singles push in there, carrying the exhibition and all, and then portrayed as a heel, and yeah, there was really wonders for Trey Miguel from there. Meanwhile, Myron Reed, who was doing things overseas, because he's from the United Kingdom, either from the United Kingdom or somewhere from the European coast of what comes to it. But he's that's where he's from. He's from there. So Myron Reed does his own thing, because those are your 4 original Rascals there: Myron Reed, Desmond Xavier, Trey Miguel, and Zachary Wentz. Rascals are one of the hottest things, in pro wrestling. This what comes to modern era, they are one of the hottest things going on. So we only have 3 members of Rascals during that time in TNA when they first introduced them, and it was Trey, Dez, and Wentz. No Myron Reed. And if he was there, it was just called Reed. And then obviously they end up being going away, and then we see MSK of Wes Lee and Nash Carter showing up to NXT. Meanwhile, Trey Miguel stayed with TNA. Then, obviously Nash Carter got fired from NXT because there was a situation there with his ex-wife, which was bad, and she got blackballed because of that. And she tried to blackball him because for that. By her trying to blackball him, she ends up being blackballed, and TNA didn't want to meet her, and no other person wanted to meet her. So at this point, she's no longer in pro wrestling, and which is good enough for all of us, because that was very petty and very stupid of her to ruin her son's career because their relationships didn't work out the way it did. So Wesley had to do things on his own in NXT, which he did. He has obviously he had a lot of downs, and had to work his way up, and he did. And then obviously after doing all that, and they end up toning toning it down with him a little bit to the point they decided to release him. But in the process of that, Dax Carter was gone off of NXT. After the being fired from that situation with his ex-wife, and he didn't really go back to wrestling yet because dealing with a lot of issues because of the whole thing because his reputation always was could have been ruined because of that. But obviously it didn't get ruined. We're not making into it because he's back he's back in the hall of wrestling, and he ends up going back to TNA. They'll be alongside with Trey Miguel. Being a heel tag team of the Rascals, and they're doing wonders there. And then there's September bringing Myra Reed. What comes to the fold, all the Rascals being heels, and and then when Wesley was gone from the company of WWE, he ends up coming back to TNA. Now he wasn't on the contract with them, but he ends up being back with TNA. Being the special mystery partners for the Rascals, forming all four members at once, together on TV once again for TNA. So the Rascal was back full time for that period of time, and then obviously the deals came up, which we all knew they were coming up. We didn't know if Desmond Xavier was going to sign with TNA because he wasn't really signed with TNA. Not even Myra Reed. Myra Reed was also, obviously was not signed with them either. Because I guess his deal was right up, but he was willing to do the job on his way out, and we'll get to more of that when we get to the TNA portion of it later. But so Myra Reed, what came to his thing as well, he had opportunities as well in TNA, and he had some good matches with Leon Slater, and he's gonna have another one, but then things, plans change, obviously, for obvious reasons, of it, and what have you. But the deal was coming up, the Rascals, and they were given an offer by TNA, but they went for a bigger offer from AEW. So they decided to test their waters to go to AEW. That's what they've been yet on Dynamite that Rascals were coming. And then we get to Collision, and we saw them there. And it was only 3 members. And it makes you wonder why with Trey Miguel. Well, come to find out with Trey Miguel, Trey Miguel has been released by AEW. And it makes you wonder, why was he released by AEW? What happened? What could have led to him be released? Trey Miguel basically had to basically take time away from wrestling for personal reasons. And folks, if those know those personal reasons, my conclusion of why the personal reason has come for Trey Miguel, because he's been dealing with this before with his family. I don't remember if it was the case where one family member of his passed away back in 2025 because he was taking time off around that time in TNA as well, because personal life got in the way. That's still not trying to remember exactly what it was when it came down to it with Trey Miguel. I don't know if that was the reason why. If family issues is the reason why. Whatever family issue situation that he's dealing with, why he's stepping away from wrestling. But let me double check here either way. Yeah, there's really not much to talk about when it comes to that, folks. But nevertheless, he's going to be taking a hiatus from pro wrestling, and it's really unfortunate that he's going to be taking time off. Where the Rascals was going to be the hot thing going in AEW right now. It depends how they book him, but Tony Khan, this is what we had to say in this whole thing. Tony Khan, I'm sorry. Now I think maybe Brian Alvarez. Let me see. Okay, it was Brian Alvarez who said this. He says, and I quote, "No one's are really saying much. Well, some people are saying certain things, but my understanding is whatever it is, it came up. I mean, it came from up above. I know there's a lot of rumors, but it had nothing to do with anybody in AEW. When it comes to AEW talent, anything like that, or Tony Khan, something happened from way up, and he was released. Whatever that means, or whatever he's trying to say from there." And apparently, Trey Miguel has gotten some behavior, some type of behavior with that has that may have resurfaced back in 2020, and something about homophobic comments that he made. I had no idea about it. I had no clue of it whatsoever. But this is what Trey Miguel had to say about this whole situation. He says, "I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I've always apologized and did my best to put a better foot forward after. I preach hate. I mean, I don't preach hate. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't preach hate. I don't preach hate. I don't take any pride in being hateful. I am a man of faith. I believe in forgiveness and only ever preach that. I'm a different man today." Excuse me. So basically, what I'm getting at with this whole thing, Trey Miguel has said something that didn't take that didn't take you know anyone lightly of his comments from years ago, and this kind of reminds me of Jay Briscoe, because remember what Jay Briscoe said, when it came to some homophobic comments that he said on Twitter that got him a lot of trouble, and that was very bad what he said, Jay Briscoe, and he apologized numerous times for that. When it came to his homophobic statement that he made. So I had no idea that Trey Miguel also was in that category as well back in 2020. Didn't know anything about it, but it's a bad situation with Trey Miguel for doing that. And I guess the same management for for Time Warner that's in bed with AEW, who felt the same way about Jay Briscoe is now feeling the same way about Trey Miguel. So that's part of the reason why. I don't know if it was something that was resurfaced and that was brought to their attention. I don't know, but I can't really come up with a conclusion of it when it comes to how this happened, why this happened. But it's a terrible situation there, and that's why Trey Miguel is not in AEW because of that. I can't really blame him for that. Can't blame AEW for this. Whoever is blamed for this happen is it's a it's very shitty that they did that to to Trey Miguel. You know, the best thing that could have been said, of why he was let go is because he wants to work for pro wrestling because of family issues. but because this resurfaced is it's not good, especially what the comments he made back in 2020, which I had no clue of it that he that was even brought up at the time. But he apologized for it. But is that gonna make a difference? No, it's not. It's not gonna make a difference at all. I mean, look at Jay Briscoe. Hell, look at the Briscoes overall. When Tony Khan wanted to bring in the Briscoes in AEW, and they didn't want to budge, for AEW to also bring in the Briscoes because of what Jay Briscoe said. Mark Briscoe, I don't know what I didn't understand why they couldn't have Mark Briscoe come in, if they couldn't have Jay Briscoe in. Because Mark Briscoe didn't say it. Jay Briscoe did. Why Mark Briscoe had to suffer from that punishment that Jay Briscoe said. I'm not condone what he said, but why he had to why did Mark Briscoe have to suffer for that, and Jay Briscoe should have been the one to be punished for this. But unfortunately, it was Jay Briscoe passing away, a few years ago. They would look like hypocrites and assholes and dipshits for by still not having Mark Briscoe on TV for AEW because of what happened with Jay Briscoe. Because Jay Briscoe he met a lot of everyone, to the families, to the friends, to the community, to wrestling, to everyone that was affected of Jay Briscoe. What happened with him, especially with his daughters, it got caught in it as well. Which luckily that they're still here with us, thank God, because that would have been even more severe if the management for Time Warner would still when I brought in Mark Briscoe, if that would what comes to that whole situation. But nevertheless, so as far as Trey Miguel goes, I don't know what to say. What else to say here? So the only thing I can say, blessing in disguise here, what comes to the Rascals, they could be contenders going for the trios championships. That's the best thing I can say about that. What comes to it. So I wish them luck, the Rascals, to eventually become the trios champions. To actually make it mean something. Yeah, if Tony Khan has any plans for them to be trios champions. But speaking of the trios championships, this leads to Powerhouse Hobbs with Samoa Joe and Kazuchika Shibata, the Ops, facing the Heyman, Adam Page, and Just Be. And I saw, how the match ended. I didn't see the match entirely, but I saw how the match ended with Powerhouse Hobbs taking the loss. He did the job on the way out, and of all people that pinned him, it wasn't Heyman, Adam Page, thank God, because you would take away the steam away from Just Be if you would have done that. But they give it to Kevin Knight. Kevin Knight was the guy who pinned Powerhouse Hobbs. So yeah, the Ops are no longer the trios champions. Now it's very odd that that Just Be is teaming up with the Heyman Page of all people, to be trios champions. I don't know why Heyman is in that category in the first place. They could have lumped in someone else to be in that category. What can Just Be, teaming with someone else, but they went with Heyman instead. I don't get it. And I don't want to hear because he's in the program with the Ops for being responsible for losing the world title to Samoa Joe. Okay, whatever. Wherever conclusion we'll come up with to salvate wherever it is that to you make that thinks that makes sense, which it doesn't. But I digress. So, anyways, folks. So as far as Powerhouse Hobbs, like I said, he did the job on his way out because he's gone. He didn't say anything when it comes to his contract expiring. He didn't say anything when it comes to text some dates of him missing out. When it comes to you gotta tag more dates on your contract. Because you missed this part in of your career and that part of your career because you couldn't stay healthy of you being injured. Powerhouse Hobbs plays smart. He he quietly you know, did what he had to do, without saying anything, and he left. He did the job on his way out. I think this was the right move for him because if you look of Powerhouse Hobbs' career in AEW, what had they really done with him? Because it was bad enough when you have him lose to Orange Cassidy in a short amount of time. For someone like who looks like Powerhouse Hobbs should not be losing to Orange Cassidy like that. That was stupid. Even though I wasn't hating on Orange Cassidy that much on during that time. Because I was big on Orange Cassidy. Now nowadays I'm not really that big on him anymore. But you know, but that was no way to other treat someone like a Powerhouse Hobbs. And obviously he was not called Powerhouse Hobbs yet. He was going by the name of Will Hobbs. He wasn't going by Powerhouse until they really start really push him. Where he's trying when you look at he's finally gaining some steam, and he's finally gain something to some importance. And then he ends up being part of Team Taz, and they basically took away all that steam away of him being a babyface because the story they told about him was that his brother was shot and killed. Cause I think his brother took the bullet for him, whatever, something like that. I can't remember what the story was, but they had a story for him. They basically give him a sob story. For fans to cheer for him. Now, obviously, there was no fans at the time. There was little fans in there, but there was only so much you could do. In the pandemic in 2020. But you had some fans there. But you also have fans watching on TV that couldn't be there. And how could have that sympathy, that sob song storyline, that sob story, I should say, of him being a babyface, and then they took it away from it because they turned him heel to be part of Team Taz. Why would you do that? I thought the whole point of doing what you doing there, but talk about how Hobbs talking about his brother, taking the bullet for him, whatever, and he unfortunately died, was leading to him being a babyface. They didn't even try, to be honest with you. It only worked for for a few months. Then we tried to capitalize on it, and then they turned me heel because they needed someone to be part of Team Taz against the Nightmare team, whoever they was doing. Not saying Powerhouse Hobbs being on Team Taz was a bad thing. Powerhouse Hobbs worked in Team Taz. He did. But what did it mean with Powerhouse Hobbs being in Team Taz? He was still losing matches to Orange Cassidy. Even though it ends up being a lot longer, but they still didn't do him any favors at all. And what came to the Team Taz come to an end, where he ends up being on his own, had a program with Ricky Starks, and we all thought it's going to lead to something, only to lead to Ricky, not Ricky, to Powerhouse Hobbs, being in a program with Samoa Joe for a little bit, and with Wardlow a little bit with it as well. To Powerhouse Hobbs being the shot at the TNT title to Wardlow, only to win it in a way that QT Marks get involved and being part of QTV. And no one really is gonna remember the title reign of Powerhouse Hobbs of being TNT champion because it was so stupid how he won it, and then making any sense of him losing back to Wardlow about 3 weeks later, whatever it was. And let's not pretend they did a Wardlow in favor either when it comes to his push. But then and then Powerhouse Hobbs was still part of QTV, and then he wasn't anymore because they buried the into with him. And then he has to be part of Don Fallon's family. And then that was over. And then that was done because he got hurt. And they came back, now he wasn't part of the ops yet because there was they wanted to do something with Powerhouse Hobbs, being a babyface on his own against the Don Callis family, and then they kind of took away from that as well. But then Powerhouse Hobbs ends up, being part of the ops, and that was that could have been, that was a better run that he ever had. But that's as far as they was going with him. It's that he was only good enough to be a trios wrestler, holding up to the trios championships with Mojo and Shibata, and they had an opportunity. They had a chance to have something with Powerhouse Hobbs to eventually become a AEW World Champion. They, and numerous of times they could have done it. You can look back with him against John Moxley from last year. They had the opportunity to do something with Powerhouse Hobbs to put the belt on him, to do something with him. Even if it was only for a brief time, at least you could have done something with that, where fans could have got behind them and all that. But no, they didn't do it because they thought this that roster was great, and you sacrifice Powerhouse Hobbs momentum. You did them no favors there. And all you saw with Powerhouse Hobbs was just a lackey of the ops, which that's what ended up happening when they turn them heels. The ops turned heel, and they that's some that's Mojo. You had the ops being lackeys. Even your dojo lackeys were more for lackeys. So Powerhouse Hobbs, said he could do so much better with his career. Now he said I think he said something about they said something, I should say, that he's gonna find other adventures elsewhere, outside of AEW. Let's face facts, folks. When Hobbs was with AEW, what else did he went to wrestle? Did he go to any other indie promotions? Did he go to New Japan Pro Wrestling? Did he did any of those things? What pertain to exploring stuff outside of AEW? Guys like MJF wrestling other places. Even though he's been wrestling other places before AEW, but still. But MJF with AEW was still going other places to wrestle. Powerhouse Hobbs was very anywhere else, of my knowledge. I don't think he ever was. Because I think he wanted to get more over in AEW more so than than anyone else. And House had the opportunity to go to WWE at the time, but he turned him down. And, in his heart, he felt like it was the right thing for him to turn them down because were they ready to go do something with him at that time, especially with this man, running things? Of course not. But Powerhouse Hobbs wanted more. I'm pretty sure he wants to be world champion. That's his goal. He wanted to be pushed as a singles wrestler, a singles wrestler who could be a big star because of how he looks. And he was not going to get that in AEW. So I think he did the right thing. I think he did the best move. I think if if he turn out somewhere else, which rumors is he's going to WWE. And if he does, I guarantee you WWE will treat him a lot better than to be a big star and to learn a lot more to be a big star, and to learn and listen. But Powerhouse Hobbs, that's another thing too. Powerhouse Hobbs will actually listen to the vets. He will actually will listen. Unlike anyone else from AEW that refused to listen to any vets. So if Powerhouse Hobbs goes to WWE, he's got to go to NXT. Let him go to NXT. Work some heel, babyface, whatever. Have him work there before you give him the big call from the main roster. Hell, you can even revisit the program with Ricky Saints and Powerhouse Hobbs. And the thing with that is, will Powerhouse Hobbs have his name? Because of what I recall, AEW did not trademark Powerhouse Hobbs, and I don't think they should trademark his last name anyway, because that's a shoot name. So will he be committed as Powerhouse Hobbs? I think they should. If they'd be crazy not to. WWE will be crazy not to do that. And if they do sign Will Hobbs to the WWE, they need to immediately trademark Powerhouse Hobbs, because that name has suited him for the longest time in AEW, and it's got him over. That name itself got him over. Even the music got him over. The whole Powerhouse. Now I doubt WWE is gonna have that music, but they could do something similar to it when it comes to him being Powerhouse Hobbs. Because WWE has interest in Powerhouse Hobbs. They've been had interest in for the longest time. It was only a matter of time before he said he's still quiet and not saying anything about his contract being run out. And I thought that he was the trios champions too, which is another smart thing that happened too. He's still the trios champion. When it comes to this whole thing with waiting for his contract to run out, because had he said something about it, then he would have ended up like Anna Jay, who's now on the sidelines, because she never knew. And now Tony Khan, she's not planning to renew with AEW because she wants to leave AEW to go elsewhere. And and when that show comes out, we'll discuss it. But what's Tony Khan doing with her? He's icing her until her deal is going to run out. Jamie Hayter, for example, as well. Jamie Hayter, I hear about her contracts. How contract status is going to be run out pretty soon by AEW. So what's Tony Khan doing? He's icing her. And look at Britt Baker. She's been iced since 2024. Penta was iced before. Penta was iced. Ray Phoenix was iced. Ricky Saints was iced. Ricky Starks. What we're gonna say. Miro was iced. Everyone. I can't remember who else was being iced by AEW. With Tony Khan, because the rest they want to be out of the AEW. They're all being iced because Tony Khan they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to be in AEW. If you don't believe in the company, if you don't believe the team, then he's not going to do anything with you. I think that's the wrong thing to do when it comes to it. But Powerhouse Hobbs leaving, it's not a big loss for AEW, by the way, because again, with a Powerhouse Hobbs leaving AEW, it's not a big loss because they did not capitalize on him. They didn't capitalize on him when he was TNT champion. They didn't capitalize on him when they had a chance to push him to that level to be a big star, and they sure as hell did not capitalize on him, and didn't do him any favors when they had we had the ops turning heel. And you go say he didn't give it up, didn't capitalize on him by being Moxley for the AEW World title. They surely did it, but they didn't do it. And then if you remember, after the match was over, they attacked on Powerhouse Hobbs, beat him down and everything. To a point where FTR and Al Copeland came out for the save. Well, then again, they didn't save him because it was the damage was already done, just like his push was already done. So I'm a supporter of Powerhouse Hobbs. I think he did the right thing, and it's a good thing that he kept things quiet. He played the smart game. He played the long game. He waited till his contract was up and run out, and then when they realized it was up and everything, Tony Khan tried to keep him, but Powerhouse Hobbs was not just doesn't matter how much money that Tony Khan was throwing money into his face. Powerhouse Hobbs didn't care about the money. It wasn't about the money. It's about what direction they got for him. Where's he go from here? Because he's 34 years old. He's not getting any younger. And the best thing you got for Powerhouse Hobbs is being a lackey for the ops. Then Powerhouse Hobbs made the right move by leaving. He's gonna be a big star, going into WWE, just like WWE did with Jay Cargill. Now because Jay Cargill's case, Jay Cargill should start at NXT. I sure hope they do the same with Powerhouse Hobbs. Because him going to WWE, he's got to in the NXT. Have him there for a year, whatever, and then you could call him up to be in the Royal Rumble next year. Don't do like you did with Jay Cargill. Call him up, on the main roster, and have him, sink when he should be swimming on NXT first. Now, again with Jay Cargill, she should went to NXT. They should have her on NXT, but instead they wanted to bring her on the main roster just because of payness against AEW. Because we got your homegrown talent on our TV, and we have her on TV, and then we're gonna present her more for star than you ever did. That's basically why they did it. Because look at Jay Cargill, she looks like a star. She's like an action superhero, with a bad attitude. And now she's a champion. Now she's not the best champion. She's not one of the greatest champions. She's not even a good champion because she has to defend the title ever since she won it against Tiffany Stratton. It's been 2 months, and no title defense has been made of Jay Cargill. Not her fault. It's just how they've been how they're booking her. So hopefully they'll do this. They'll do the same thing with Powerhouse Hobbs coming into to WWE. Have him start NXT. They keep him there for a year, and then when time to call him up, which is next year for the Royal Rumble, do it there. Well, we shall see. So that was AEW stuff. When it comes to it. Now let's get to TNA. TNA Wrestling, folks. Let me bring it up right now when it comes to it, because we got lots to talk about when it comes to TNA Wrestling. So bear with me, folks, here, because it's going to be a long one. So I'm going to talk about first TNA Thursday Night Impact making their official debut on AMC. And if you see my live reaction last week on Thursday, I did a live reaction of it when it came to it. And boy, there's some things that you should know about things that I wanted to say, but I never got. I didn't get to really say it in the way that should have been on the stream when I was taking my little breaks. But when it comes to TNA, they're not using the Cross the Line song anymore. It is my destiny. It is the truth I see. A way to fight. A way to cross the line. That whole thing. So that's not the theme song anymore. They got a new theme song. I don't know what the theme song is. It's not bad. I just need to get used to it and see how good it is, and if it's the right fit for for them premiering on AMC. So yes, TNA premiering on the new network, the new home of AMC, debuting on AMC with TNA Thursday Night Impact from January 15th, 2026. And AJ Styles came out first, and basically, said, made it short with his promo, because we got some wrestling to get to. Yeah, some wrestling we got to, where we only had 3 matches of wrestling. And 3 matches we had was Elijah teaming up with the Hardys versus Order 4 of Mustafa Ali and the Great Enhancement Talents. That's at 8 minutes and 18 seconds. And most of it was during a commercial. And then the second match we had was Heather and M by Elegance, the Elegance brand, facing the Inspiration, Jesse McKay, and Cassie Lee. The TNA Knockouts World Championships, that's at 8 minutes and 44 seconds. And most of it was during the commercial. And finally, the main event, that was leading up to to the premiere. It was being most billed was the TNA World Championship. The TNA champion, Frankie Kazarian, defending against Mike Santana. 16 minutes, 16 minutes and 50 seconds. And most of it was during the commercial as well. But it was Elijah and the Hardys winning the match. And then you had the Elegance brand winning to become new Knockout World Tag Team Champions. And then you had Mike Santana winning the TNA World Championship for the second time, which, by the way, he should never lost in the first place. And the matches, and it was also 3 matches there. If I had to rank these matches, the top 3 matches, Mike Santana versus Frankie Kazarian is right up there. Then the 6-man tag match will be second, and the third match will have to be the Knockouts World Tag Team Championships. So the third rank one is the one as being one of the worst ones I've ever seen, especially how it ended too. But the things I want to mention on the show here, folks, is that even though it was exciting that TNA Wrestling debuted on a new network, and we'll see how the ratings will translate. But people that watch the show for the first time, for those that don't know what TNA Wrestling is, this could be the glimpse of what TNA Wrestling is going to be about on AMC, on a new home, because for so long they've been on Spike TV, only for them to go to Destination America, to Pursuit Channel, to Pop TV, to Access TV, to now, to AMC. And TNA Wrestling / Impact Wrestling, whichever you want to say, even to a degree of Global Force Wrestling, when Jeff Jarrett came in, in 2017, only for him to ruin it what he did, but according to him, he turns life around, as being sober since then. But basically, when it came to TNA / Impact Wrestling, they were hard to kill. Not even the pandemic, where the pandemic could kill off any promotions in wrestling, and TNA could have been one of them at the time when they were called Impact Wrestling. But they still held on while other promotions were shut down and they were never opened up again. But the takeaway for the show itself, when it comes to with TNA Wrestling, successfully find a new home for AMC. The takeaway is that they got to deal is because of the influence of WWE and because of who's on TNA Wrestling right now, and that's the Hardys. The Hardys is one of the biggest stars in that company because of where they came from, obviously. But the Hardys are one of the main reasons why that TNA Wrestling has been that move to AMC. And on top of WWE's influence as well, because the business relationship they got with them as of late. And you can say you can even say the same thing with AAA when it comes to their success now. That now they're working for WWE. That AAA is now in the position of being a great company right now, business wise and everything, and it looks way better than what they were doing years ago. Not to discredit them of it, but when it comes to productions and stuff, it's a better upgrade than years ago for AAA. TNA Wrestling, I mean, they had some some issues with productions for a few years. So they got some of it right, but some of it is also comes with a heavy price. Comes to expense and all that. But yeah, sometimes it ends up being good. Sometimes it's being bad when it comes to production wise. And and that's that's also the one takeaways I'll talk about as well. But back to the whole thing of the success being on AMC is because of that type of influence, and of the Hardys being a big reason why, and WE is is one that that catapulted that in a way. So that's a positive thing I could say. Unfortunately, there are some things that people did not like about the show, and the production was one of them, by the way. People didn't like the production of TNA, of how it was being presented. They didn't like with the way that on camera's doing the promos backstage. That was a takeaway from some people. So for those people that said that, it's because they probably had not watched TNA wrestling to know these things. That's how they do things. That's how they they do their promos. They're just thinking outside the box. And that's not what they like. In the pro wrestling, when it comes to doing promos backstage. I don't know what to tell them. It ain't, and obviously TNA wrestling is not the only one that does this. You got AEW doing this, WWE doing this. You got other promotions doing this. But I guess, for whatever reason, they're targeting TNA wrestling for doing something like this, and it came out pretty bad. It was more so because of the quality of the production. Is why too. It's another reason why they called out on when it came to it. But not take away of the show as well was that even though they show crowds that were there, it was a capacity of over 3,000 fans in attendance there to be a part of this premiere. Because they were in Dallas, Texas. The problem though, because I didn't catch it until I heard some reviews from some people on YouTube, that there were some empty seats, and the way they positioned the empty seats was the same section that they had, which it's understanding too of it as well, because it was the hard side of the when it comes to the crowds are at the hard side over where they shot them at, and you had some D-level Hollywood actors that does a show on AMC. I forgot the name of the show it was. I'm pretty sure it says it here somewhere. If I can find some notes here. All they need to do is find out what segment they did. So I can mention it, because it ends up being it ends up not being a good segment at all, because I'm pretty sure they didn't know where to go with it. Yeah, it doesn't say. I'm surprised they're not saying it. Yeah, for a reason it's not saying it. I don't know why it's not saying it, but it's not saying it. I mean, they mention who's in the segment, but they're not mentioning the actors that were there that were in the segment with the wrestlers, which is weird. I don't know. The point is, folks, there's a show on AMC. I really don't know what the show is. Don't know. I never heard of the show as well, and I never heard these actors that are on the show as well. So this was news to me about these actors and the show that they're doing on AMC. But they kept heavily plugging the show, and they're heavily relying on all these celebrities that are on the show to to give teen wrestling some recognition or whatever. Basically the whole I scratch your back, you scratch mine. You put over my show, my company, and I'll put over your show, your Hollywood status, whatever. It's not that. So basically, the point I was trying to make here, when it comes to there were these celebrities that did the shows on AMC. They're on the hard side of the building, where the crowds are at, and in the same the hard side of the crowds, you have some fans, but you have some fans that are YouTubers. That obviously TNA Wrestling paid them to be there, to act excited, to fake react. And at the same time, you see these people, and you see behind them empty seats. I finally look back at it. I'm like, holy shit! What the fuck? How the fuck did I miss that? I seriously did not see that. Like who the fuck thought that was a good idea? If WWE was doing this, they would find ways to to fill those seats in. To have fake fans sitting there. That's how WWE would have done it. They would have unplanned fans sitting there. They'll have wrestlers that are not ready yet from the developmental to sit there, or some crews staff members whatever to sit there. Just to say, oh yeah, they're fans. Holy shit, this was terrible. Whoever thought that was a good idea should not be producing any more shows ever again. And if that was whoever did that, if that was the first time doing that, hopefully it's the last because you're fired. you know, and if it's someone that's been doing this for a long time, and you mistakenly do that, and then think about that it was gonna come back and bite you in the ass when it comes to people are talking about this online, then yeah, you should be fired on the spot because you should know better. But they should have that same angle of it, by the way, a few times on the show. Because I'm going to look back at it like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like I seriously know how. Then again, I did went away, during those times as well, where I did end up coming back, and watch the show. And then sometimes when they had some seconds on, whatever, something like that, whatever have you, or they mention something else, I just I'll be on my phone, multitasking, whatever. Sometimes, so but either way, yeah, that was a bad look for TNA for that. And then and a couple of things off of it, they had Gina Miller interviewing the high actors there, which no one knows who they are, by the way. I'll be surprised that anyone does know who they are. But before they had Gina Miller do that, you had Eric Young, who's just standing there. I don't know if he's waiting for the cleanse to come, but it has to come yet. Because apparently it's still coming, the cleanse. AJ Francis was there. Doing the whole money. Marsha Day was there. She didn't wrestle, but you could see why she was there too, and all. And for a reason, Candice Michelle was there. Yes, you heard me right, folks. WWE legend herself, former women's champion in WWE, Candice Michelle. She was there. Why? I'll tell you why. Because she's part of TNA Wrestling now. She's part of the backstage locker room now. I don't know if she's like an agent, whatever. I don't know if she's like a producer. I don't know what her role is. I know one thing: ain't gonna be wrestling. Even though I would love to see her wrestle, but then again, she hasn't wrestled for years, and that's that that she was anything incredible in the ring wrestling is when she was women's champion. When she started to improve. After what happened with her against Victoria, if you remember that story about that being told. But nevertheless, Candice Michelle is there now in TNA. Now again, I don't know what role that she's got there. I don't know what she's got to do with TNA Wrestling, but she's never been in TNA Wrestling before. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. My memory, if my memory, it's a little fuzzy. I maybe she has been. Just maybe just for a cup of coffee, but not to wrestle though. But she's there now, and also in Jimmy again, she's interviewing one of the actors, and then also Ryan Nemeth comes in. Ryan Nemeth, is in a way of these Hollywood actors because he's a Hollywood hunk. Remember, that's his gimmick and everything. And he's trying to go over the rails to grab to them, right? Only for him to get crotch, I should say, crotch on the steel guardrail, and then he gets chopped by one of the actors, and then that was it. I thought it was going to lead to Marsha Day getting involved because Marsha Day was there, but she didn't even get involved. Like, oh, okay. And then they made a match, between these two, which I still understand why this the match was being booked like that because Marsha Day didn't do anything. She didn't attack him. She didn't go for a super kick. She didn't try to stop him with whoever have you. It was if anything, based on how they did this whole segment, it felt like it was Ryan Nemeth facing one of the actors at Genesis, but instead it was just it was not the case at all. So yeah, this was not a good segment, obviously, at all. and then you had Santino Marella coming out to go promo to bring in someone to assist her, right? And it ends up being Daria Ray, the former Sonya Deville. So Daria Ray is the suit, and she's she's praising the fans of TNA, only to turn around and say that Santino Marella is and, is doing a bad job and everything, and she's here to have order or whatever, something like that, right? And then she brings in a new a new knockout into the roster, and it's Elena Black, the former Cobra J. And I thought this was a great pickup. Tokyo may think differently, but I think this is a great pickup for Cobra J. I mean, for Elena Black now. And more for later on when we get to Genesis. Oh yeah. Also, I also want to say also as well. Another way also as well was also the segments that they did on the show that fans that people online will talk about that they thought was terrible. Obviously, the one with right now was one of them, and this one ends up taking the cake because we have the Elegance brand, all of them, by the way, from the personal concierge, with Ashby Elegance, who doesn't wrestle anymore. But I'm hearing that she's planning on, trying to get healthy to come back to wrestle again. Which, oh God, no. Please just stay retired. And then you have Heather and by Elegance, and you have some guy in the ring, and that's covered with a white sheet. And meanwhile, you have an F level, celebrity, Perez Hilton. Now I recognize the name. I can't believe of all people that TNA chose, a celebrity to represent TNA wrestling. That of all people they chose Perez Hilton, which let's be honest, even if I didn't know who he was, but based on other sources I hear about him, this guy has been relevant for years, and I don't understand the appeal or the big deal about Perez Hilton. Who is he and what is he? Why is he a celebrity? Why do I care if he's a celebrity? I would rather see the Jersey Shores being a celebrity guest on TNA Wrestling than to see Perez Hilton. I would take in Perez Hilton. Which probably no relations there with Perez Hilton, but I would take in Perez Hilton over. And I love Perez Hilton. Yeah, obviously, I want you to think I'm knocking Perez Hilton. I love Perez Hilton. I'm just saying, I'd rather see her because at least with her being a celebrity, she's the well-established celebrity. Perez Hilton, and on top of that, she got her life together. She got kids now. She's married. She's doing great things. For herself now over the years that where people label her as a crack whore and a slut and all that and everything. She had a bad rep, of her celebrity status, but then she turned her life around, and now she's doing great things, and she's doing it for because she's got family now, she's got kids, you can see the transformations of Paris Hilton. Why couldn't they get her? Even if she said no, you could at least try. I mean, I know you probably it makes me wonder too, by the way. If it was expensive to get Paris Hilton maybe or someone else, like Jersey Shore or even an Aaron Paul, because Aaron Paul who means being Breaking Bad, makes you wonder how much money did they dug up to get this guy Perez Hilton to be on TNA Wrestling, and for what? To do an awful segment with the Elegance brand to reveal Mr. Elegance, and Mr. Elegance ends up being revealed as this guy named AJZ, which is Andreas John Ziegler, which is called AJZ. But then again, they're going by the name of Mr. Elegance because they've been doing for weeks with the Elegance brand. They want to bring in they want to do a competition, around the globe, to find the next the first Mr. Elegance. And they revealed this guy, right? And I've seen this guy before. He's wrestled in TNA before, but he was more like an enhancement talent. For a guy who has a great physique. And the way I could compare this guy, he's got the physique of like a Finn Balor, except he's got more he's more big more big than Finn Balor, but he's still a short guy. And he's got the long hair like Jungle Boy Jack Perry, and basically and the way look wise, he like a Matt Riddle. So yes, this guy is Mr. Elegance. Now the other guy they had before was who we thought was going to be Mr. Elegance, but has not been the guy. Basically, they did this whole thing with as a transformation they did with of one guy to another. So we're supposed to believe that that the guy that was originally supposed to be Mr. Elegance was going to be this guy. And I'm watching this like this is terrible. Anything involved with the Elegance brand is fucking terrible. And Shane McGowan said that about Heather by Elegance and by Elegance. What comes to Heather by Elegance, who was Heather Reckless, and you got M by Elegance, who was Maggie Lee. This is the worst thing they could ever done with these. They could ever do with these two, involving Ash by Elegance, who's trash enough as it is, and this proves otherwise. And then and the personal concierge, and then we get to the match, and at least with Mr. Elegance, he with him being part of the Elegance brand, he sure as hell is paying off very well on being part of it, because he helped them win the tag belts to a point where that was basically the inspirations putting over the teams on the way out, because they're gone. The inspirations are gone from TNA wrestling. I could not believe it. Like they lost Jake something. They lost the Rascals. They're gonna lose somebody else that's gonna be in this match that's gonna be coming up on Thursday, which I'll get to more that when we do more BTA later on tonight. Because again, I watch about the rest of the panel when it comes to it. But who else did they lose? They could have lost Steve Macklin, but Steve Macklin did resign. Nick never could have been gone, but no, but Nick never resigns. The hometown man, which is Cody Deaner, the hometown man resigned with TNA. And Killer Kelly is gone too. And now you got the inspirations gone. And apparently someone else is gonna be gone too. What again, what comes to Thursday, I'll talk more about that later on tonight for BTA. But like, what the fuck's going on here? And I'm not gonna count JDC, Johnny Dongo Curtis, because he was believing anyway, because he made a promise to his wife that it was gonna be his last match. But nevertheless, but yeah, but that's also another thing too, when it comes to some things that was mentioned from other reviewers on YouTube and what have you. What came to another takeaway for the show is that the key people that was not there, and some that are not going to be there, and the key people that are there, they're already gone. And what comes to the key people that wasn't there, let's get to it, because Danny Luna was supposed to be there when it came to this all contract signing against Megan Lee for Genesis. She wasn't there because of a visa that she needed to take care of, because she lives overseas. And the same thing with Leon Slater, where he was supposed to be on the show because it was supposed to be 4 matches on the show. Leon Slater was supposed to defend his title against Myra Reed for the X Division Championship title, which Myra Reed was willing to do the job on his way out. But Myra Reed, was not there, obviously, because obviously, Leon Slater was not there, because Leon Slater, he also had some visa issues as well to take care of, which is a blessing in disguise, because at least WWE gets to miss him, because he was on SmackDown against Carmelo Hayes for the United States Open Challenge they did, and that was a great match. Next to Sami Zayn and Eddie Dragunov, that was a great match. It really showcased Leon Slater of a badass that he is in the ring, and he really showcased it. It really did showcase a lot that Leon Slater is the real deal. And what's the thing that he's the I can't remember what it was. It was something about the youngest. The youngest, I can't remember. But it'll come up to me later. But either way, but yeah, some key people that was going to be there that wasn't there. Steve Macklin was not there. I can't really think of those wasn't there as well. But those they need other showcase what TNA was supposed to be, and they didn't really showcase that much at all when it came to it. But you can't. But that should not be an excuse of why you couldn't make this a big deal. Instead of showing real packages of the knockout division and the X division and the tag team and the world championship, whatever. I mean, even that's not bad either way, because I get it. You want to introduce new audience that's watching on AMC what the X division is all about, and what the knockout division is all about, and what the world champions were all about in TNA. What comes to past years that went by, but at the same time, they didn't really showcase that much of the exhibition, because they didn't showcase the exhibition Russell. And the knockouts, wasn't really showcased that much, other than the tag team knockouts. That was not good, especially that the inspiration is now gone. That's nothing. It's not good. Not good at all. And another key thing when it comes to the show itself that was also flop was the number of commercials they did, and I noticed it too as the show was going on. Now, obviously, you didn't hear my reaction of it because I was not on there. Because at one point they said they showed something about some graphics that was before you start to watch TNA wrestling, and then something happened because they went to another commercial. Like, what the hell? Like, what is it? It was they did it like about maybe 4 times during that night when they did that. Like, what the hell? Like, the commercials were a lot longer than the matches. Hell, you even had the commercials probably even a lot longer than the segments they did. So yeah, but yeah, those are some segments that was a hit, but those are some segments that were also a miss. And yeah, and nothing too as well. That was who also wasn't there as well, because this is also a key point of it. Ryan, even though we had Ryan Nemeth there, but for a reason, Nick Nemeth wasn't there, who said that he was going to be there to cash in on his Corner Shop Gauntlet trophy between Mike Santana and Frankie Kazarian. and they decided to wait until to Saturday on TNA Genesis to do it. But like, wait a minute, but you just had your Nick Nemeth said a week before they go to AMC that he's going to watch the match regularly and he's going to see these guys play each other and he's going to cash in on the right time. That was the right time to do it, and he didn't do it. Why? Because they want to get Mike Santana his moment. I was worried that was not going to give him his moment. I thought it was going to have Nick Nemeth come in to cash in on him. So I'm glad that Mike Santana got his moment, but at the same time, I didn't really get to enjoy it that much because I was working. Like, okay, where is he? Where's Nick Nemeth? When's he going to cash in? Because they burned us before with this whole thing. When TNA Battle Glory happened, when Mike Santana finally got his moment, he couldn't really celebrate his moment because the Coach Golden Trophy holders. Mike said, you have Mike Santana, on the lookout of Nick Nemeth and Frankie Kazarian. Instead of letting him have his moment with his daughter, they finally won the big one in TNA Wrestling. They finally got behind Mike Santana. Instead of doing that, they decided to ruin the moment. So call me crazy if I'm being spectacle about this whole thing when it comes to it, but I can't really salvate TNA Wrestling doing moments for them if I know if they're gonna burn us with stupid shit like this. So of course I was worried that was gonna happen, and then when it happened, okay, like damn it, I wanted to celebrate. I really wanted to celebrate Mike Santana winning the belt back, even though he should never lost it in the first place. It was too stupid. It was fucking stupid how they did it too, by the way. And the storyline that they tried to do with this whole thing, Mike Santana ignoring TNA Wrestling management, whatever, that went nowhere. Obviously, it led to nowhere. Didn't mean anything. It was just fucking stupid about how they did it. But nevertheless, so but now, with that being said, when it comes to that, so yeah, people had their opinions about TNA Thursday Night Impact debuting on AMC. They had their rights to voice their pleasure and opinions about it. If they didn't like the show, they didn't like the show. Who am I here to say that they're by not watching the show that for me to say, oh, you know what you're talking about. I thought again, it's their prerogative. They didn't think the show was good. To me, I thought the show was the usual show they always do, which I thought was good. That give them too much praise because they're giving them 9 out of 10. Yeah, I did, and because of that, because I did that, after look back at it now, I'm gonna not be generous now with it. I'm gonna go with now a 6 out of 10. I'll be a little generous, but not too generous when it comes to it. So I'm gonna change my overall rating from 9 out of 10 to 6 out of 10 because they do these people that they talk about the show TNA that they saw on AMC that they watched with other watching them, from JD to Sound Monster to James to whoever else that I that I listen to of their opinions talking about how bad the show was because of the productions, the segments, that was trash. And I don't need the name. Oh no, you already know some of them that was, and the matches, the limited matches that were lackluster. It just that was barely did anything on the show other than talk. But again, the shot of the empty seats where the crowds were at was not good. They didn't do a good job covering that. They did a better job doing that. They did a better job covering it on TNA Genesis, but not so much on AMC. The debut premiere for TNA Wrestling. But yeah, but who am I to say to go out to these people to say what you're talking about? You had no right to say that. It's their opinions. It's their right because it's how they feel. So more power to them with that. Moose, on the other hand, which is rich. Moose. I got brain soap when it comes to Moose. Because Moose says something stupid. He took criticism of people not like in the show of TNA Wrestling on AMC. And Moose was on the show too, by the way. He was on the show with the rest of the system when it came to what he said. And I don't know if he said it during the show or he said it after the show. Either way, it didn't look good on Moose's part of things when it came to it. Because Moose, went after people that didn't like the show. Now I was not one of those people, obviously. But at the same time, I think that was still a stupid thing for Moose to say to these people, because unless you've been in the wrestling ring, unless you produce a wrestling show, you have no right to criticize how the production works in wrestling, or you have no right to criticize a wrestler on how they wrestle in the ring or something like that, and blah blah blah. What a stupid thing to say. And Moose was also trying to save face on the same tweet, saying you have a right to opinion, but at the same time you don't have a right to opinion because you've never been in the ring, you never produce anything, in the in and outside the ring, and that's fucking bullshit, man. Like, I don't have to be a shock to know that a food that I'm being presented is it tastes like shit. I don't have to to be in the movie industry to know that a movie like One Battle to Another fucking sucks. Or I don't have to be a wrestler to to know that something like Aspect Elegance fucking sucks. And I'll have to to cut a promo in the ring as well to know that Ricochet fucking sucks on the mic. I'll have to be a wrestler, to show up on English television, to know that someone like a Jack Perry, the Young Bucks, Ricochet, had never drew a fucking dime. And it's also what comes to Jay Cargill. I'll have to be a female wrestler to know that Jay Cargill is not a good wrestler. Now again, it's Moose not targeting someone like me saying all this and everything, because I know how the production works and everything, all that. I'm just stating the obvious, and giving my 2 cents of it is that what Moose said, what came to this whole thing, what came to going to fans like this, because they didn't like how the show was being presented and everything. That was wrong on Moose's part. Why Moose even gives a shit about how people talking about the productions of what TNA Wrestling did. And I hope Moose realized that there's some fans that watch Raw and SmackDown and AEW feels the same way about sometimes how to do the productions and how they produce and promote the shows in a way. It's not fucking rocket science when it comes to all this. So yeah, I think Moose was wrong for saying that. I don't know why he felt the need to say that. I get it. He's torn the company line for TNA Wrestling. He's trying to help out TNA Wrestling, but he's not really helping TNA Wrestling. He's making things worse for TNA Wrestling, because if you're not allowed to criticize the product of TNA Wrestling, how do you expect them to get better? So they need the criticism. That way they could do better. And you know what? And you know what? When it comes to that, of learning from their mistakes and doing things better, more people will start watching. More people will come tune into the shows instead of chasing them away like Moose is doing there. What Moose is doing here is basically chasing away viewers. She's chasing away people that to never watch, to don't watch the show. or because they had an opinion about wrestlers and the productions and all that. When it comes to how they did it, instead of instead of improving and doing things better and all that, you get moose just telling them you had no right to say it because you never been in this situation. That's one of the most stupidest things that Moose could ever say. Any wrestlers will even say that will be stupid to say shit like that. It'll be like what Triple H it's kind of like what Triple H has said things in a way where fans has criticized Triple H's booking for 2025, just booking WrestleMania, and Triple H went after these fans saying you know just enjoy the show, shut up and just enjoy the show, something like that. Right? I can't remember how he worded, but basically Triple H says you cannot criticize you know what we do. Just sit, just enjoy the show. What we do, that, right? Like, no, if you don't enjoy it, it's because you're not doing things that's making people watch more. Instead of driving people away, you know to when it comes to them criticizing your shows. How about you do a better job of making a better upgrade and to do things a lot better. How about you do something to improve the shows, you know, instead of not improving at all, and just say oh, you have no right to say this or that. You know, you're you have an opinion to say, but at the same time, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna mean shit because you have no right to say it because you've never been in this situation. You don't you never been a booker to know these things. You never you know been an agent to know these things. You never been a wrestler to know these things. That's a bunch of fucking horse shit. And the same thing will come to doctors. I don't have to be a doctor to know that a medical malpractice will fucking kill you. So yeah, I don't get the notion of these people in the business saying shit like that just because we never been in their shoes. What comes to their profession. And yes, I was not up in that category because I was not criticizing them. When it comes to that whole thing. Because again, I watched their shows, I watched the TNA shows for the longest times, even when they were Impact Wrestling. I know how the productions are and everything. You know, some is good, some is bad. But either way, it's still pro wrestling to me. That's I watch the show to shows to see some wrestling and some things that may entertain me or not. But that's all there is to it when it comes to it. You know, I'll have to worry about productions that much because I can care less about productions. There are people do care about productions, but I don't. To me, I can care less about productions that much. All I care about is the wrestling and the characters. What entails me. But I do have a problem when people do have a problem with those type of things that's going on, and when it comes to everything that's been produced on the show, it's when other people in the business go after those people for having those type of opinions that they can't be saying things like that because they've never been in their shoes. They've never been in that profession. Stuff like that, folks. It just pissed me off when it comes to that because I've been in those people's shoes in those situations where you have an opinion. Yeah, some wrestlers going after you for that. Not saying that happens to you all the time. But Jericho was basically one of them. What came to it. Other than that, I can't think of anything else when it comes to it. How funny it is when someone says something negative about the companies, someone from that company is got wave a flag for that company and defend the company for 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 brownie points. they're right away to say something, or to take the time and then to say something. But this is what one of them had to say to Moose about what was said. Basically, a community looking out for another community, a community podcaster looking out for another community podcaster. And this is what was said, and I quote: "No disrespect at all, but criticism should only come from people, who were experts in the same field we are in. It shouldn't come from a fan. It should. Wait, is it from? Let me see. It should come from a guy who just decided one day to start a podcast, and it shouldn't come from a. Okay, let me see. One second. Okay, I can't remember. Oh well, it's not really showing more of this here of what I was trying to say here. Well, it's not important, folks. What comes to this? Um, so I don't know why I'm trying to bring it up, anyways. But anyways, folks. But anyways, maybe move on now. So yeah, people say TNA was a success. Some people say it was not a success. When it comes to AMC, it was just the one show they did. So hopefully they'll learn from the mistakes and get better from it. Unless they want to attack us like Moose did. Then again, I wasn't one who was attacked. When it comes to it, because again, I was not lumped into that category. With other fans that were being attacked for that reason. But anyways, so that being said, there's no right or wrong answer when it comes to how they felt about the show. So that's what I'm gonna say from there. TNA Genesis, and then I'm gonna end from here, folks, because there's there's nothing else to talk about here. Sorry. So TNA Wrestling did Genesis 2026 in Dallas, Texas. The attendance were 300,946 in attendance. January 17th, 2026 was the date. And all right, I should mention this too, Bobby, before I move on to TNA Genesis. TNA, the productions they're doing right now is similar to WWE right now. They're doing the closed captioning of the producers, the executive producers, and whoever else are behind the scenes, and they're showing their names, right? It's the same thing that WWE is doing. Is now TNA is doing the same thing too. Where they're doing that to end shows now, by showing closed captioning credits, and then basically what TNA Wrestling is being looked at, based on the debut here, because of the celebrities they were showing and the number of commercials they were going through, and the segments they were doing, and just overhyping the show on AMC with the service that were there, for it, and the service, and then I'll be a F-list celebrity, and for Red Hilton there. That basically what they were doing here, with TNA Wrestling, because obviously they're in parts of WWE. Some of them has criticized TNA Wrestling, basically saying they're just a low budget WWE company. And believe me, WWE has a low budget company when it comes to Evolve and NXT, but this one takes the cake when it comes to TNA wrestling, being the newest low budget WWE next to Triple A. So I just want to point that out too, because that's also another Christian people as well. They didn't see that they didn't see this company as TNA wrestling. They saw this company as WWE's minor league. So and that's basically what it's become, to these people. Okay, let me do something here, folks. Okay, and that's all. And that's all I want to say from there, folks. And now we can move on. So, let me talk about the pre-show that happened on the show. I know there was a pre-show that happened on the show for TNA Genesis of 2026. Kellen Stacks Lorenzo defending his TNA International Championship title, being accompanied by Ariana Grace in the four-way match against Eric Young, BDE, excuse me, and his own name, KJ Orso. I had no idea who that is. Oh, it's the former Fuego del Sol. Remember Fuego del Sol from AEW? Sam Guevara's best friend. Fuego del Sol, who's now called KJ Orso. Well, of course, that's a terrible name, by the way. But 6 minutes and 23 seconds lasted with Kellen Stacks Lorenzo retaining this title, which, duh. They got him lose the belt to in this match at all. So, especially on the pre-show. Then again, some matches had lost championship matches, on pre-shows numerous of times, but who's counting? Then we had another one, which was the final one, Tessa Blanchard and Mila Moore with Robert Stone and Alicia Lucas of Forks defeating Indy Hartwell and Vicious Vicky Fonino. I don't know, who cares? 7 minutes and 55 seconds, excuse me. Fuck Tessa Blanchard and fuck Alicia Lucas of Forks. And why am I fuck Robert Stone too? Now, opening match of the show. AJ Francis versus Rich Swann. 12 minutes and 19 seconds. This match was good. The opening match of it was very good. AJ Francis surprised me. I mean, there'll be times that he always surprised me. When he does in the ring, because he's been improving a lot. Since coming to TNA wrestling, and hell yeah, man, he's shown a lot of improvement. Ever since going being fired from WWE and going to TNA wrestling, and he's really showing who's better and who harder. For someone who needs to call top dollar, So yeah, they had a very good match. Rich Swann and AJ Francis had a good match. Both of them had new demons, by the way. It sounded pretty cool. AJ Francis obviously who raps his own theme. He was rapping. His team was him rapping. Rich Swann's music is no longer "Welcome to the Party." It's something else now, which I listen to it. I like. It's pretty cool. I like it. And Rich Swann has has rejuvenile, since leaving, first class, and I expect to be on his own. And on top of that, he's doing a very good job now. He's been sober, after everything that went down with him, and he's doing a lot better now. Yeah, he's got two. He's got he's married with a child, and he needs be a better man. And he's finally taking that step of being a better man now. And he's in top. He's in great shape too, by the way. He's really transformed his body. He's looking way better than he was before. But yeah, but this was a very good match. And AJ Francis, he had the Styles Clash. Someone named AJ, he had the Styles Clash. So yeah, AJ Styles ain't the one who do a Styles Clash because AJ Francis did one too. But in the end, it was AJ Francis winning, and he defeats Rich Swann. Again, very good match, very good opener, and I enjoyed this match. Mustafa Ali with Tons of Steels, John Skyler, Jason Hodge, and Special Agent Zero versus Elijah. 9 minutes and 35 seconds. Match was decent. And then obviously, it didn't follow up the first match. But Mustafa Ali, he'll do whatever he can to just to try to do the show, to put himself through the rings, and he did. But still wasn't enough, obviously. He had some shenanigans in the match as well, which it didn't rebound me. At one point, Special Agent Zero got involved and he got kicked out, which was part of the plan because Test got involved only for Elijah tried to get the better of Tons of Steels, but then Mustafa Ali gets the guitar, hits him in the back with it, and the referee came back in the ring. Didn't know what happened because they got rid of the evidence, and Mustafa Ali got the win over on Mustafa Ali. And there you go. It was alright. It was alright match. Then we get to Eddie Edwards versus JDC, which ends up being JDC's final match because this was his retirement match. So the system came out, and yes, and that includes Moose. If he's not, to basically criticizing fans for having their opinions on something. But 17 minutes and 16 seconds. JDC was rocking the his ring attire to inspirations of Terry Funk. So rest in peace to Terry Funk for that. And basically he dedicated his match to Bray Wyatt, but I also think he also dedicated his match to Luke Harper. Yeah. So they had a match, Eddie Edwards and JDC. These two have been friends for the last 20 years, or 20 plus years, wherever have you. And they were trained by the same wrestler, Killer Kowalski. Who who else was trained by Killer Kowalski? China, Frankie Kazarian, April Hunter, and Triple Bitch. So, and I can't remember who else Killer Kowalski trained as well, but those are the key names there, and including Triple Ego. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about because anyways, so this match was good. This was a very good match that Eddie Edwards and JDC pulled out here. JDC did the beauty shot, which is pay homage to Tyler Breeze, his most tag partner of Breeze Zongo. And he was paying homage to Chris Jericho by doing the Walls of Jericho, or Lions Hammer, whichever you want to say, and the Codebreaker. When Fandango first opponent was Chris Jericho he ever had at WrestleMania. Which WrestleMania was again, by the way? Oh yeah, WrestleMania 29. One of the worst WrestleManias ever. And also being one of the worst debut matches for Fandango ever because it was not good. But he beat Jericho. And what did it mean? Nothing. Because Jericho got his win back, and Fandango was not the same after that. And a couple of women getting concussed too on that same year because he was gonna have a win the Intercontinental title. I'm pretty sure he would have won the Intercontinental title, but he got hurt. So who has to be a replacement? Curtis Axel, which has been a blessing in disguise for Curtis Axel. But either way, this was a great match, by the way. So and then A. Edwards does their Boston knee party. JDC kicks out. A. Edwards goes for the his finishing one of his finishing move. I forgot what it was called. But I think he goes for the Boston knee party again. And basically, the way they did this, it was basically similar to the whole Shawn Michaels and Ric Flair thing, where Ric Flair eats a super kick before Shawn Michaels says, "I'm sorry, I love you." Now it wasn't anything like this, but it was saying, "I'm sorry, I love you." It was nothing like that, but he said something when it comes to JDC before he hit him with the Austin Knee Party for the win. But JDC basically said, "Yo, come at me, come at me." Same thing with Flair. Yo, tell Shawn Michaels, come at me, come at me. So yeah, so that's basically what it reminded me of what they did there. And then the sister came out, because JDC is done with wrestling now. He's no more wrestling. So and then you have the rest. Not the entire locker room, but you have some of the locker rooms at the out. Just to pay homage to and applaud and thank JDC for everything. And that was it for JDC. So throughout JDC's entire wrestling career of what I saw of JDC versus Eddie Edwards here, this is one of his best matches I've ever seen had. And unfortunately, it ends up being his last match. Not saying the rest that he had was garbage or anything. Some of it was decent, some of it was okay, some of it was a waste of time, but some of it was. But there was some that was garbage, and some of it in TNA was garbage because of his persona. The whole thing of, man, do I hate pro wrestling. I hated that shit that he was doing. It didn't do anything for me. Didn't do anything for anyone else that watched the shows. I just thought it was terrible. So yeah, but this is one of his better matches I've ever seen him. And unfortunately, again, it ends up being one of his last. So now what's going to happen with the system now? JTC is going to have a replacement for him for the system, and we'll see who's that's going to be on Thursday. But yeah, when it comes to Johnny Curtis, Fandango, Dirty Dongo, JDC, whichever you want to say to him. First of all, he got me a little emotional on this night where it was his last match and all that. And just want to say thank you to JDC for the memories. Doesn't matter if you were Johnny Curtis on NXT, if you were Fandango in WWE, if you were Dirty Dongo in the indie scene, and then go into TNA. And it didn't matter if you were JDC being part of the system. He had one hell of a career. Was always a decent wrestler, and he held his own. And that's what I would say from there. Thank you, JDC. Thank you, Johnny Curtis. And good luck to you on your retirement of outside wrestling. Now he's going to do something else. He's not going to wrestle anymore, obviously. Now, is he going to be still involved in wrestling because to do some stuff behind the scenes of wrestling? I don't know. But this is it. That was his last match. Ryan Nerve defeats Mrricanjay in 5 minutes and 21 seconds. It was an entertaining match. Let's just say about this a bit better. The match was not trash, but it could have been a lot better. And to be honest with you, they should have said this on TNA Impact. Just on TNA Impact, they should have said this match on there. This did not warrant pay-per-view. I'm sorry. Layton Lee defends her TNA Knockouts World Championship with Cyber Side ringside for her against Zarya, being accompanied by Soruka from NXT. 14 minutes and 23 seconds lasted. Now, originally, it was supposed to be Danny Luna to face Layton Lee for the TNA Knockouts World Championship, but because of the visa issues with Danny Luna, she couldn't be there. So they had to find a replacement. The replacement was Zarya from NXT. And they had a good match. And then they went to TNA mode because you had the Elegance brand coming out, which is Heather and Empire Elegance coming out. For whatever reason, why? I don't know. There was some reason to be out there. And also, we got Ref Bump. So they protected Zarya, which she could have won. against Lane Lee to become the new Knockouts World Champion. Only for them to do a shenanigan with the Elegance brand coming down, and then they got beaten up by Sarah Brookside and Soruka, and then they fall off, and the referee comes back because Saria picks her back up with one arm, and the match continue on for another maybe 6 minutes. And I say to myself, I'm watching this, I'm like, this was stupid. I'm like, why was there a need for that? There was no need for that shit. So it kind of ruined the match for me there, folks. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was one of the things that ruined the match for me. Because why was there a need for that? Why was there a need for the Elegance brand being out there? Why was there a need for a ref bump? Why was there a need to protect Lane Lee of losing the title like that? Why was there also a need for to protect also Zarya, which she could have won, but there was referee bump. And while there was a need for shenanigans, overall was beyond me. I'll tell you, man, this whole partnership between TNA Wrestling and WWE was definitely hindering the relationship, and really is really hindering overall TNA Wrestling, where they're not benefiting out of this at all. When they got resort to this type of shitty booking. But in the end, it was Lane Lee getting the win, and at the match, Zarya gives her a handshake, correct, and that was it. Besides the shenanigans, this was a good match. Not going to take away the performance of these two because there was no need for that shenanigans at all. But I should have known better. I should have seen this coming. Of course, WWE had some involvement in this bullshit. You might as well have feel the influence coming out at this point then to cause some type of shenanigans. Trash booking there. Whoever thought that was a good idea, to do that, they should have I'm sorry, they should have told WWE to fuck off. The Hardys, Matt and Jeff defended their TNA World Tag Team Championships against the Righteous, Vincent and Dutch. 12 minutes and 40 seconds lasted. The match was underwhelming, folks. Other than the Hardys, the Righteous, I know they can have better matches than this. I know because I've seen them have better matches than this. For a reason, this was one of the worst matches that I've ever seen them do. And I definitely didn't understand the ending too, because Dutch on the microphone, after he failed to do whatever he was trying to do to Jeff Hardy on the outside on that when he completely missed, and Vincent was being handled in the ring. Dutch gets a microphone and says, "All we wanted is I can't remember exactly how he worded it. I seriously can't remember exactly what Dutch said, because to be honest with you, it didn't really make sense what he said there. What comes to we just wanted to feel the pain where we said that. I can't remember exactly how he worded it. But in the end, it was the hardest game to win over on the Righteous. This did not make the Righteous look good, by the way. I don't know who thought this was a good idea to book the Righteous like this. To because they're in the way, even though it wasn't a complete squash, but they were decimated by the Hardys in this match, especially Vincent. Dutch was okay. He handled himself there, but this was not a good debut match for the Righteous for TNA. I don't know what it was trying to gain out of this, but holy shit, this was not good. It was very underwhelming match here. It could have been a lot better. It should have been a lot better, but for a reason, it wasn't any better. And never they got better. I feel I feel bored going into the match. Everyone feel bored when you're watching the Hardys match. because the Righteous, they're a good team. I've seen them have good matches. This was not one of them. This was not a good way to showcase them. So let me get to a three-way match where originally it was supposed to be for the SS Championship with Leon Slater defending it against Cedric Alexander and Moose. If Moose is not criticizing anyone, maybe he should be criticizing people that to work on the visa for Leon Slater to be there. When it comes to it, but Leon Slater did cut a promo on the show, said he couldn't be there because of the visas that he had to deal with, but he will be back soon. And when it comes to TNA, championship match for Cedric Alexander and Moose, they're still going to get the shots. It's just only a matter of time of when he'll be back. You get me? That's his thing, by the way. Oh yeah, I remember now. The youngest in charge. That's Leon Slater's thing. That's one of his gimmicks, nicknames in a way in wrestling. The youngest in charge. So you got the youngest in charge in Leon Slater, and you got the young OG in Javon Evans. I wonder if the tag teams will be the young prodigies. If they haven't come up with a tag team name yet when it comes to those two. But I know something different about Leon Slater, by the way. As I was watching the promo, I didn't think of them at first, but then the commentators brought it up, which probably the commentators were Matthew Raybo and Tom Hennepin. But they brought up, Leon Slater's teeth looks different. And yeah, actually it does. Like, what? That's crazy. Funny how how money can get you good, some nice teeth. Yeah, I'm not saying the teeth he had before was bad. But I think I was saying at the same time, Leon Slater, was probably was going to give him some, was going to give him some better teeth, once he made that, that good pay, and it's not, and believe me, folks, it's not because of TNA. He's not a champion. It's not because of TNA. It's because he's been doing some works with WWE. That's why. And maybe maybe the reason why that too is because maybe also the match he had with Carmelo Hayes, where Carmelo Hayes, doing some, that color onto Sir, went to his teeth. Now I'm not saying he has a broken tooth, whatever, or chipped tooth, whatever, but maybe it got damaged in a way where he's had to go to the dentist next day, whatever. Where, I don't know, unless unless he couldn't do that, because do an appointment. But then again, who knows? Either way, so the point is, Leon Slater wasn't there, but he said there will be a match someone down the line for the extra title for those two. But for now, it's one match on when he gets the visa issues resolved. So they did announce on the show for TNA just in that Impact, it was gonna be the match is gonna happen either way. Three-man match. It's going to still be in progress. Cedric Alexander, Moose, and Joe Hendry. So the match happens. 15 minutes and 21 seconds lasted, and it ends up being good when it started, and then something happened with Moose. So Moose took a steel steps spot by Joe Hendry. Basically, a back body toss to Moose on the steel steps, and he hits the steel steps right, back first, which it was very painful. Landing when it came to it, and Moose was selling it like he's badly hurt. Now I don't know if they were doing this, out of for us to have some sympathy for Moose because of the backlash that he got from that tweet that he did, because to fans criticizing TNA on AMC. I'm not sure if it's because of that, because they try to sell this like it was a real injury, because you had the doctor who was at ringside, doing the X that he can't compete, and you had the referee checking him, and Kimber Rose checked him as well. Oh yeah, Alicia Edwards checked him as well because she was at ringside for him. Basically trying to sell the whole thing that that Moose is hurt. He can't continue. Only for him to continue in the match as well. Because you had Joe Hendry and Tristan Alexander on at it for a bit until Moose came back in there. Because and you can tell too, by the way, because they kept having the camera on Moose. If this was a real situation, because again the referee pulled up the X. If this was a real situation where Moose can't compete, then they would. You know what we would have done? They would not have the camera on him. The camera would not be focusing on Moose if that was the case. And how do I know this? Because WWE has done so many times before. They don't on Raw with Javon Evans. Now I was watching on a different link of it, when it comes to watching the show, because obviously Omega Red and Drew Jaber, they didn't see of what I saw. What I saw, they were lingering on the camera onto the Americanos, and they were not looking at Javon Evans. And I knew something was wrong right there. The moment that they have Javon Evans on camera, and they have the Americanos, basically buying some time to to play to the crowds, and then talking to among others in a way. And they didn't want to show Javon Evans because he got hurt. We don't know how badly he was hurt, but the moment they came back live after the commercial ads, however, which again, from my end, I wasn't watching commercials. I was on somebody else's link because my Netflix has not been paid, so I gotta wait till later on today before I get money in my card so I could pay for my subscription again. To continue my subscription. So I was fortunate enough to see what happened with Javon Evans. Now I don't know how he got hurt. That's something I missed. I don't know. I don't know if it happened, in during the commercial, or it happened before we went to commercial. Because again, if Moose was really hurt, and to do the X to say he can't continue because he had bad landing on the steel steps, then the camera will not be focusing on him for about maybe 4 times while Cedric Alexander and Joe Hendry have added, and also Moose comes back in the match, and Moose was working selling like he can still go, but he was still selling the back and all that, right? Which props to Moose for doing that, by the way, because that's a good thing about Moose, about him being a wrestler. He knows how to sell, and he wants to sell the physicality that he suffered from that steel steps from earlier. Props to him for that. Good for him for that. Still does not change the fact that Moose said those things on Twitter. Just because he did, just because they did that spot doesn't mean I'm gonna have change my my thoughts about Moose and feel sympathy about Moose because he got a fake boo boo on the steel steps, and he was selling maybe fans will be on my side now because to maybe fans will calm down and and feel sympathy for me and be nice to me now because I'm selling. Look as I'm selling. I could be looking at it differently, but at the same time, I find it funny that they're now doing this with Moose in this match. After he received backlash from a lot of fans, because Moose went after some of these fans that are podcasters for criticizing just that impact on AMC. Funny how that works. But it was still a good job that Moose did that. He was selling it through the entire match. And then in the end, some Moose gets hit with a lumbar check. The lumbar check basically targets you in the back. So that's a way to protect Moose of losing. And then Joe Hendry gets in the ring. And he gives Cedric Alexander the standing ovation for the win. Keep in mind, folks, Moose and Cedric Alexander, they're promised an exhibition championship match when Leon Slater comes back. That's still gonna be the match to happen. Someone down the line when once Leonard comes back from after he take care of his visa. Meanwhile, you got someone from like someone like John Hendry, which some stuff they'll call it a favor, for TNA wrestling to PWTF wrestling because again, TNA wrestling, WWE, that the partners, the relationships they got together. So because John Hendry is now in WWE right now, he's now signed with NXT. Doesn't mean he's not allowed to go back to TNA, to do some things. He could be there sometimes for TNA, and it's just one of the cases. Because later, going to be there for obvious reasons. So this is one of the things that you could call on Joe Hendry for a favor to come in. But I would not be having Joe Hendry winning like that against two TNA stars that are in line waiting for their X Wrestling Championship title shot to happen. You protected Moose. That was good. But what about Cedric Alexander? Cedric Alexander lost. If anyone should have taken the loss here, it should have been Joe Hendry. Why he didn't lose? WWE relationship with Joe Hendry now. Joe Hendry is now in NXT. Now if Joe Hendry was still in TNA wrestling, in this whole thing, it would be a different story. If there were to be some issues with Leonard's visa, leading into Genesis, and Joe Hendry was still with the company. But I would not have done that to Cedric Alexander. If Joe Hendry was doing TNA wrestling, and he was in his match against Moose and Cedric Alexander, Joe Hendry would have lost, and probably Moose would have won the match. But it had to be Cedric Alexander, who's basically their resident jobber in TNA wrestling since coming into TNA wrestling. Cedric Alexander he's been doing nothing but losing. Not saying he lost all of his matches. Obviously, he's won a few matches in TNA, but not everyone's gonna remember how many times he won. They're gonna remember how many times he lost in these type of matches. His stock continues to go down, and it's not getting any higher. Just because he has some good matches, Cedric Alexander, because he is having some good matches. Just because he has some good matches does not mean he's does not mean he's his stock is raising because of that. Nope. No one should be booked like this. Someone, especially someone who's a talent like a Cedric Alexander, he should not be booked like this. They're not doing him anything for Cedric Alexander. They're doing a disservice of him of losing like this. I don't understand this. So yeah, Joe Hendry won. Now obviously I don't hate Joe Hendry for this. Obviously, I don't want to take it the wrong way. Joe Hendry, he should never won. Joe Hendry should have lost, but I know why he didn't lose because he's now with WWE. Again, had this been a little bit different, Joe Hendry would not have won the match. He would have been protected, but he would not have won the match. But you're booking Moose and Cedric Alexander to be next in line for the TNA X Men Championship that they owe because it was supposed to be on that night, but it couldn't happen. The least you could have done is have one of them win. If you're going to protect one of them, then one of them had to win. Moose was protected, and Cedric should have won. Instead, Joe Hendry won. Terrible. But the match was good. Not taking away from the match, though, folks. The match was good, even with the whole thing they were doing with Moose. again, I'm looking at both sides here. Was it because they want fans to ease up on Moose because of the tweet that he did from that night, when fans were criticizing, or was it part of the plan all along, to do this, the whole thing, to show that Moose, why he's Mr. TNA Wrestling, and why he's on the franchise player of TNA Wrestling. I don't know. It could be, either of those things. I'm sticking with the one I believe it was. I believe they're doing this, because of what Moose did on that night. Maybe that time. This was announced, like of what I heard, after the show went off the air. I'm assuming, or it happened, or maybe it happened, during the show. But then again, I heard this was announced like on a Friday maybe. But it was a rematch between Max Santana defending the TNA World Championship title against Frankie Kazarian. This time in a Texas Death Match with Nick Nemeth, who was the Court Shot Trophy winner, who ended up being the special guest referee. So the rules of the Texas Death Match: you gotta get a pinfall or submission for the referee, which is Nick Nemeth, to do a 10 count. And if you can't answer the 10 count, then you lose the match, and whoever wins the match is the World Heavyweight Champion. Even though Max Santana is already the World Heavyweight Champion, but you get my point. 19 minutes and 13 seconds. Match itself was a better hardcore, or how do I call it? How do I always phrase it? I mean, it's been phrased by other people as well, like Jim Cornette. But let me see, where was it? Oh, here we go. How I phrase it, the match that Mike Santana and Frankie Kazarian had here was a better indie outlaw mug show garbage match. There you go. Because furniture's involved, like trash cans, candlesticks. I'm assuming candlestick was involved. I can't remember if it was not, but barbed wire, steel chairs, tables, ladders, or else they can use. They fought into the crowd. They miss a beer. They miss someone's bottle of water. I was gonna say beer bottle, but no. That would be something, by the way, but no. But yeah, they were killing each other in this match here, which which is not smart thing for them to do, because Nick Nemeth got his trophy out there to call a shot. But in the end, Max Santana got the win. Frankie Kazarian did not answer the count 10, and Max Santana is your winners. But again, I was being skeptical. I couldn't celebrate really that much, because Nick Nemeth was gonna eventually screw over Mike Santana, and he almost did. He gave him the danger zone, which is the former zigzag. Then he tried to call a shot. He tried to call a referee, which probably that was not smart thing, by the way, because he should have a referee stand by, to come in. Or his brother Ryan Nemeth was there. Why he couldn't have his brother, get the referee, ready, to send him out there, or her out there, whoever. But that didn't happen, because Mike Santana ends up recovering, and then he gets him to spin the block, and there you go. And Mike Santana, leaves as TNA World Champion for now, because again, Nick Nemeth still got the Cold Shot Trophy, so we have to see what the fall is going to be for this week's TNA Thursday Night Impact. Hopefully, the productions and the quality of the show ends up being a lot better, and have more matches and longer matches, and less commercials. Otherwise, you're going to have fans criticizing it again, and Moose is going to be popping right back on Twitter, to go after those fans again, to just say, "Oh, you have a right to say this or that because you've never done this." Hopefully, that doesn't happen, but we shall see. Um, and I don't think Moose should be should be saying that at all. After he may got some brand points from the fans after his performance at Genesis. Like, okay, Moose, all's forgiven. I forgive you. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fans are being like that. So doesn't mean I hate Moose, by the way. I don't want get anyone get this wrong. I don't hate Moose, obviously. He just says some stupid things sometimes. So, anyways, there you go. That was the show, folks. TNA Genesis was a good show. Now this one I'm not gonna be say I'm gonna be generous or too generous. I feel like this was a very good show. So 8 out of 10. That's the best I can give it so far. 8 out of 10. And that being said, folks, I'm done here. I'm gonna call it a night now. So folks, thank you for watching. Shout out to the True Japer and Omega Red for being part of the stream of BETA episode 277. And next time we do episode of Being the Asylum, episode 278. That'll be later tonight during NXT. We shall see when it comes to that, but we shall see. We're still going to show either way, even if we do like either like about an hour or two later of it. But either way, we're gonna try to do one later on tonight. But yeah, that way I could revisit this with with the rest of the panel, how they feel about TNA wrestling when it comes to it. But and then because of the moves, obviously, and then everything else because of Powerhouse Hobbs and Trey Miguel, and then everything else because to wrestlers jumping to ships to one another, basically jumping to different ships in a way. But I digress. But there you go, folks. Shout out to the Retro Bullet for commenting. He says here, "Can't wait for Powerhouse Hobbs and his transition. I hope they treat him right. I hope so too. We shall see. It just depends on the booking, but that's all we can hope for." But folks, there you go. And shout out to everyone else that that watched but didn't comment it in the live chat. But if you feel like doing so, you can do so later on tonight. So feel free to do so later time. We do another episode of BTA, but be sure to keep these positive, keep these with a positive attitude, positive vibe, positive energy, positive vibe, positive mood. Show some positive love and positive support. And if you want to do some some troll job in the in the live chat, you can do so, but make sure it's positive trolls and not the negative trolls in the way. That way you could keep things a safe space for all parties and all parties around to keep things cool, aloof, and zen. And folks, there you go. So we'll see you later. So we will see you all later on tonight for BTA 278. For the True Jaybird and Omega Red, it's the natural born thriller saying, peace on the streets of be well, stay safe, take care of yourself, everything that's going in the world. For I am out here, ta for now, as I bid you all is Abdu with a goodbye and good night, excuse me, and good night to all you to feel the burn. Folks, enjoy the rest of your time. Until then, take care of yourselves and each other. God bless, peace, and take care.